Good evening, pretty shiny peoples. How is everyone doing today? We had book club reading earlier, and so if you're wondering about my title, that is a sentence from the book I am reading. And it's always a sentence that I have really liked because even if you're a non-believer, even if you think death is the end, it's still a true statement. And so I like it. The reason I say it's still a true statement is because you can always make that sentence very, very small, and you can say your world versus the world of somebody who lives on the other side of the globe, or the other side of the continent, or the other side of the state. So it's just a sentence that I like that comes from our book club reading, and that's all the title is. Yeah, I'm just streaming because I can't. What is my dog whining about? What is it, Copper? What, buddy? Onyx. She did it again, huh? Okay, 1 second. Onyx stole Copper's bone. I will be right back.
What is happening, people? Hopefully my audio is coming through okay.
Hey, Bond. Thank you. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, I was just trying to get in on the dead end. So,
Yeah, he's still a puppy, and so he
yeah.
needs to have a rawhide at all times. But my older dog is a bit of a hoarder,
Mhm.
and so she steals all his bones and then goes and stockpiles them. And he was laying there chewing on this rawhide, and he ran out for a minute, and they both came in, and he started whining, and I looked behind me, and Nixie has his rawhide. So I had to go to Nixie's stash and get another one and bring it out to him.
Is it still snowing over there? It's still
Yes.
going down?
Yes,
Oh,
it has been snowing all day long here.
goodness. Keep it over there.
No, I'm going to send it your way.
No, don't send it here. I will be very upset.
I almost used the snowy image, but I was like, it would confuse everyone because it's not winter. But I almost used it just because I went flying into the snow today.
That's why I sent it. I was like, well, you could use it if you want to.
Oh, I will probably use that one like all winter long.
I did post that one in Missing Maud's Discord to show her. So
it was really cool. Hey, Mac, you are awesome, and hopefully I'll catch you later. If not, tomorrow I should be going live at 8, but that tends to be a long one, so maybe I'll catch you at some point. And if I don't catch you then, send me your schedule hours. I am not kidding, because we definitely need to catch up soon.
I'm so happy. Like I heard he
got
got
a new job.
position. Yeah.
I knew he had it. I knew he had it. I kept telling him, you got this in the bag. I'm not even worried.
Yeah, that was good to hear. Whenever he said that, I was happy for him.
And just so everybody knows what we're talking about, let's see. Hold on. This is the snow image Bond made. Hold on 1 sec. There we go. Isn't it pretty?
Cute. Yeah.
So pretty. It's because I went flying into the snow today. Almost lost my cell phone. Almost ended up in water, too.
Almost did an ice bath.
Oh, yeah. I almost had an ice bath. But I landed in the snow instead of the water. But it's pretty,
Jesus,
huh?
how horrifying.
Do you see the... Does anybody see the Easter egg in this picture?
You probably have to make yourself full screen to see it.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I don't know how to do that. Yes, I do. No, I don't. There we go.
It's subtle, but it's there.
So I'll give you all a hint. I have asked, and Bond has asked Geo for me, but I have asked anybody who makes me images and stuff to sign it in some way. I'll tell you, it's right here. Do you see it?
We can't see your mouse pointer, so
Oh, dang it.
you would have to
Okay,
like present
it's in the-
and show it.
Okay, hold on. I don't want to present. It's in the sky above the trees.
It's subtle, but it's there. And I'm actually messaging Geo right now, so I'm gonna mute real quick.
Okay, yeah, if you look in the sky.
No, I can't tell. I can see
Oh.
like a thingy in the sky, but I can't tell.
It's Bond's hoodie and mask.
Okay, now I see it.
Yeah.
You see it there.
You had
Hold
to
up,
say hoodie.
okay.
I saw the shape I was looking at. I just wasn't sure what I was looking at till you said hoodie,
Oh,
and like
I'm-
I
okay,
see
I'm
it
gonna-
now.
I'm gonna show you a really cool one where he has 3 Easter eggs in this one, and it's really cool. Hold on.
I'm not gonna lie, maybe it's because of my perverted mind, but I thought I was looking at like some type of Disney background scenario, like with Ariel. I was like, is that what I'm seeing? Like, does that look like? I'm not sure if I'm seeing the right thing I'm supposed to be seeing. Oh, that's pretty.
That one has 3 of the Easter eggs. But I can't point that one out. I can't point this one out because I told book club they should look for it.
You should
And I
you should post it, Pixie. You should post it on your like your community post or something.
And see if
And
they
then
can find
have
him every
yeah,
time.
yeah,
you
have
use
little
one.
contests. Yeah, yeah.
You know what? I still think you should add the thing I said to this one. Hold on. Is it that one? Transition. Yeah. I still think you should add the thing I said to this one, and then we'd have 2 Easter eggs instead of 1.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
But that
I
one's
try to
so-
make them subtle. You know, it doesn't take away from the image, but if you're looking for it, you can see it. You know.
Well, I like that because it's like signed by the person who made it.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess that's kind of like, yeah, I could see like the little subtle things like in the X's on the planet, which
With
goes
the
to that
smile?
one mask thing. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
That's fast. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Little.
Anyway.
Yeah, I've done that with
just
like my
tweaking it.
stars with yeah, with like I'll always have like a starry background as like my base whenever I do my images.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's cool.
On the other one, there was 3 different things that I put in there on the image before that.
Yeah, there were 3 in that one. But that's the one I used for book club today, so I can't point them out. Hey, Batman. No, hey, don't eat my turtle. Let go of my fucking turtle. Let it go. Drop it. Out. Out. Copper. He tried to eat my turtle.
Okay, yeah. I was just messaging Geo, so we're gonna get that. We're gonna get that.
Not like
sorted out.
a living turtle, right?
No, it's not. It's not a live
Dog
turtle.
just chewing on a live turtle. Turtle's like, I accept my fate.
No, it's not a real turtle. He's not happy that I took it though.
Turtle lives matter. Yes, they do. Especially if they're Ninja Turtles.
Okay, so I like turtles. In my culture, they're kind of like a good luck thing.
Okay.
Yeah, and they also represent prosperity. But anyway, so I always had like a little like turtle thing on my keychain, like, you know. Anyway, so it's been this thing where people get me turtles. So, and then I name them all. Like there's Tokar and Duga, and I was fixing to say Ricochet, but that's a lie. Ricochet's a bison. He's a bison. Yeah, I don't know. So I have like all these little turtles. Crochet turtles and stuffed turtles and crystal turtles, and I don't know, people give me turtles.
I'm gonna make a crochet turtle at some point soon.
I like the whole. My thing with turtles is usually more towards sea turtles. Like I love the way some of the porcelain glass. Like I like to collect those porcelain glass turtles every once in a while, and I like to put them on the edge of my desks and just have them like they're holding up the world or something like that.
Oh, it's so fun. Like I have a lot of my new stuff and my old stuff mixed. Like I have, for example, I have an arrowhead display, including like museum pieces, like that I got from a museum. They've been dated and authenticated by a museum, all of that. But right there with it, you'll see all these little turtles made of like crystal and onyx and jade and like all kinds of stuff. Just these little turtles that I've got that people have given me. And I don't know. So like I just mix my new stuff with my old stuff, I guess. I also went to the to White Sands to go arrowhead hunting a lot.
Oh well, I fucked that up. I want to try doing some magnet fishing. I heard that can be very fun. You just get a big old magnet and tie it to a string and chuck it into the river. See what you bring back up.
Right? No, if I had a mystical pet, it would be a. Oh, for the love of God, what were they called? What were they called? Were they Mogwai? Was that the name? No, that's a different.
Are you talking about the dude from I forgot his Gizmo?
Yeah, Gizmo.
Yeah, I think that's pretty close to the name. I can't recall. Where if you get water on its back or feed it after midnight, it turns into an
It is
evil
a
gremlin.
Mogwai. Yeah, it is a Mogwai. It's a Mogwai, and Mogwais can become gremlins.
Yeah. That movie is legit. I wonder if they're gonna do like a remake of that. I wonder if they should.
I don't know. Gizmo is the cutest little thing, though. My mom had a Yorkie named Gizmo. Kind of looked like Gizmo, too.
Yeah, I used to have a cat named one. If I could have
And
one
he
pet
was-
again, I think I want to get a dog again.
You know how, like, registered dogs will have kennel names, and so it's almost like a surname?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So my dogs were Lady, or my mom's dogs were Lady and Gizmo. But if you looked at their papers, their names were literally Lady Blythe Bravestar and Sir Gizmo Bravestar.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm muted. I'm messaging, trying to make things happen.
It's all good. Tomorrow is going to be the more eventful live. Tonight is just the whatever live.
Yeah, tomorrow will be interesting, and I'm looking forward to hearing what Zerb has to say.
Yes, and Serb has given us tomorrow's title, which is Condom-Induced Abortion. You picked a really odd time to whine. Like right as I give the title, Copper. What are we whining at now? Is it because
So
I took your turtle?
I'm going to see if I can come up with a thumbnail for that. It won't be
Oh my
bad.
god!
It won't be bad. It won't be bad. It will be appropriate. But I'm gonna see what I can do with that. I don't know that I can, but we'll see.
Well,
Need
at least we have a
relocation.
title. We have
Yeah.
a title and a subject for tomorrow, but not for tonight because I didn't care. I'm just here.
Yeah, I think
All right, I need to take another hit, though. I need another hit.
Do you guys still go to your local library?
Yes. Oh, I'm a nerd.
Yeah, it's crazy to me how they still have those up and running.
I love books and I can't own them all. I practically have a small library, but I can't own an entire library, so I still check out books.
Do you have your library card?
Yes. I have more than one. I have one in my wallet, and I have one on my keychain, and I have one in my car.
The last time that I was so I go to the library, but it's only to do photo shoots because the library here is pretty cool on the outside. They have some nice steps and it's a nice little area. So
you know why
really
we have public libraries? Because a long time ago
To defeat the college.
No, because a long time ago we had forefathers who thought education should be free and accessible. As a matter of fact, that college that was started by Jefferson would be turning over in his grave if he saw that college now. Because the reason Jefferson established that college was to provide free, continuous education to people who wanted to learn.
Do you think everyone should have the same amount of knowledge or equal to the amount, like they can access the same amount of knowledge?
Access. I think access to knowledge. But not all knowledge, right? It would be great if the Unabomber didn't know how to make bombs, But he did. So, but you also can't predict what people will do with knowledge. But yeah, I think access to knowledge shouldn't have the only limitation on your access to knowledge should be your own capabilities. I don't think money should be an obstacle in any sort of education factor.
And again, I'm sorry if I'm quiet. I'm messaging on Google Chat, so
I'm trying
okay.
to stay conscious.
I'm trying to get some things going. So
I'm getting cough headaches because I'm sick, and every time I cough up, it just goes straight to my head. Sinuses.
Are you still sick?
Killing me. Yeah, I've been sick for like a week.
Yeah, I know, and I know that you've been saying that you were sick, and I know you ended some streams because you were sick.
My freaking kids are all better, which pisses me off. They're immune. I guess it's because I'm older. I'm just keeping sicker now, and I've legit been taking medicine, and I'm just like, what is going on? It's still kicking my ass. So I think it's just a side effect of getting older.
Yep. So how you doing? How's everybody doing?
No complaints. Oh, so the reason he made the snowy picture, I don't know if you were here when I put it on the screen.
I wasn't. Sorry.
Okay, well, my husband decided to get the pool ready early again. And just like last year, he said, I didn't know it was going to snow. So who had to go out there and take care of everything this morning so that my pump and all that didn't freeze? Me. Why? Because the pool is full. So I had to go out there and I had to pull the vacuums out of the pool and I had to like get under the deck and I had to like turn on the pump and all that good stuff. So I'm up on the deck and I'm trying to get the hose for one of the vacuum cleaners out of the pool. And I start to lean over, but I didn't close the deck gate behind me, which I should have. That was my mistake. And my dog decided right then and there that it was playtime. And I did not know that there was a whole layer of ice underneath the snow already.
Ouch.
Oh my God. I went flying. My phone went flying. Almost got an ice bath. Luckily, I landed in the snow on the deck with like my head hanging over the deck and my hair in the water. My hair is the only part of me that got an ice bath today, luckily. My phone did not go in the pool, but it did get buried in snow for a bit.
Hey,
You
Bond.
almost started early.
Yeah.
Hey, Bond.
Yes.
One word. Clipped.
Lift.
No, he said clip.
uh,
He couldn't see it. I was going to show everybody, actually. I got the biggest kick out of it. I was going to show everybody. Like, I pulled up my backyard camera because I was like, it's got to be on there. But unfortunately, my backyard camera is pointing the wrong way. And so you don't see, you hear it all, but you don't see it. And then, like, you hear this, like, boom, boom, boom. And then you hear this bam. And then you hear, oh, shit. And then there's like some silence, a little bit of running around. Then there's like, Copper, not right now. And then you just see my hooded little self running through the door going, that wasn't so bad the second time around. And that's it. So I would have showed everybody me flying through the air and landing on the deck of snow today. But unfortunately, my backyard camera did not,
Oh, at least
did not
you're
get
fine.
it. I don't.
At least you're fine.
Yeah. I like to watch all my cameras, though, in the morning because it's always great. We've caught squirrels surfing off the roof of our house, just like flying. We've got, the foxes like to hang out around my house, especially this mama gray fox with her little pups. They like to come around my house. And then
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we catch some opossums that come around that I feed, and we catch a couple of raccoons. I don't know. So I like to look at the. There's a bird
It's always-
likes to sit there. There's a bird that likes to sit right by one of my cameras and just sing for like an hour, and then it'll fly away, and it does it like 4 times a week. It's so cute.
I guess it knows the camera is there. It's giving you guys a show or something. I don't know. Because it does seem weird that it does it 4 times a week.
I think, okay, so I have a wreath there, and I just changed the wreath out throughout the year. Like, around Thanksgiving, I had a wreath made of, like, leaves with these, like, tiny little pumpkin things. Around Halloween, it's black roses and purple, and it's got, like, this dangling crescent moon with a witch in it. And then, I have the solstice wreath. And then I have, there's always a wreath there. And I think it just likes perching in the wreath. Because it's close to that camera. And then it just sings.
Yep.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to make a pine cone wreath. Well, I did say hose, but HOSE, not HOES. Wrong kind of hose.
Dirty hoe. I'm
How
sorry.
come you
baby, I
get
love
snow?
you.
That's not fair. I'm angry.
Although a dirty hoe would be HO, not HOE, because HOE is a gardening tool.
Yeah. HOE
Yeah,
is a
but
garden.
that's the joke.
is-
Dirty hoe, like, yeah, that was the joke.
No, I get it. Dirty gardening tool. Yeah. Why do they say get your dog spayed when we have a gardening spade?
Maybe something that's related to ancient Babylon, for all we know.
Oh, wait, hold on. Isn't spayed and neuter like different? Like if it's a boy dog that's spayed, and if it's a girl dog neutered, or is that the other way around?
Backwards. Backwards. A
Yeah,
boy
fair
is
enough.
neutered, a girl is spayed.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I miss my dog.
I miss one of my dogs. Well, two of them. I miss so many of them, actually. I've had so many. I miss Sasha, and I miss Lucky, and I miss Smokey, and I miss Little Miss, and Lady, and Victor.
Yep, that's a lot of
I
dogs.
used to have this pit bull. It was a pit bull boxer. His name was Wizard, and he was an abused dog. He was a
Aw.
pretty cool dog, but I think eventually we had to get rid of him. I can't remember what exactly
See-
happened to that one.
Sasha was half black German Shepherd, half tricolored collie. She was gorgeous and very smart. Duke was half border collie, half Australian Shepherd. Lucky was half German Shepherd, half coyote. He was really cool. I don't know. I had all kinds of animals. But you said pit and boxer. Mine is Copper is a pit shepherd. Oh, we lost him. Well, enjoy your food. He's going to dinner. Yeah, mine's basically a pit shepherd mix. He's
I need
tough.
to do an image where I specify the type of dog that's in there, or two dogs actually.
Oh, that's hard because my dogs are like, because they're
Yeah.
all mixes. You know, like Onyx
What I might,
is
you know what I might do is okay. No, okay. I'm thinking out loud. So
the
I know
closest.
what
Okay, the closest you'll get to a picture of Onyx is probably a black lab. Is the closest you'll get. Her tail won't be right, and the fur will be too short. But that's like as far as like a single breed, that's the closest you'll get. She's lab, black German Shepherd, Chow Chow, American Staffordshire Terrier, and her mixed breed is herding. Copper, he is 35% miniature American Shepherd, 25% American Staffordshire Terrier, 17% Australian Shepherd, 17% American Pit Bull, and 6% American Bulldog. But if I had to just randomly pick a picture of a dog that looked like him, I would go for a Basenji, and then I would turn their brown into the bristle color.
You're making music. I hear dogs looking around you. They're walking
Yeah, you
around
hear
you.
her. Yeah, and what you just heard just then was her collar hitting the metal water bowl while she was drinking.
Aw.
The tab on her collar was hitting the water bowl while she was drinking. Yeah, they hang out around me a lot. They hang out in my office. Copper follows me everywhere. He does not like a closed door between me and him. He doesn't like it at all.
Oh, I have something to tell you. I'll message it to you.
Oh, come on. That's not really fair.
And I don't want you to feel bad about it because I'm laughing about it right now. So
Did my dog hurt you?
no,
Okay.
but there were some changes made to me. And I'll
What
just
the
leave it.
fuck does that mean?
So I'll go ahead and say it. So when I was a teenager, the right side of my mouth, so I've always had pretty good teeth, right? And the right side, like the front two teeth, I chipped my tooth on the right side, so it always looked a little off. So it always looked off, right? It was like my left side was good, and then my right side was off a little bit because
Are
my
they
front
even
teeth were
now?
chipped. Well, they're even.
Oh no!
So
Because
when I,
it's when you walked through the door and he springboarded right into your
Yes.
face.
yes, so when I walked in, right? Okay, I leaned down because I love dogs, and I leaned down, and I didn't expect to jump, and he jumped, and then we went tooth to tooth, and
I'm so sorry, my dog
No.
chipped your tooth.
no, but it's fine because he did that. I didn't notice it until the next day. I was like,
I feel
my
so
tongue-
bad.
my tongue started feeling my front tooth on the left side, and I was like, wait a minute, this feels a little rough. It feels a little off. And so I went into the mirror and looked, and I thought, wait a minute, my teeth look even now because
I hung out with you all day and I never noticed a thing. I guess I
Yes.
wouldn't have though.
well, because it's very subtle, but I always noticed it because I knew what happened to my right side. Right, I got hit
Okay,
by a
well-
fence, and so whenever I looked at it, I thought, wait, they line up now, like they're both chipped.
When I got back
So-
from Denver, and I walked in, like Copper, okay, I've showed you his monkey noises before.
Mhm.
And like that high pitched like fangirl whine he gets. You heard that, right? Okay. He did that he made monkey noises, he did the fangirl whine, and then he like sprinted at me, did a flying Superman, and just knocked me over. I was like, okay. And then he was like climbing on me and wouldn't let me get up. He's so funny.
He is full of energy. I will say that.
So much energy. I have to wear him out constantly.
I got a little lost there because my dog has that same type of energy, but my dog is like
Not as big or strong.
yeah, he's a little bit smaller. He's a little guy,
Well, and my dog is really strong for his size. Like he's half pit and he's half shepherd, so he's half like the most energetic work dog and half one of the strongest work dogs.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got some power in him.
Yeah, he does.
When we connected, yeah, I felt it. I was like, oh. It's like, oh, okay.
You should play tug of war with him. I think he's gonna like yank my arm out of its socket. So he got to meet. You didn't get to meet my brother this last time. Maybe if you come down again and we go to the canyon, you'll get to meet my brother. He met you. Let's see, who'd you meet? You met my husband, my brother-in-law, and Randy and his wife. I think.
Mhm. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Randy's my friend from work.
Yeah, he was cool. I like him. He streamed today, and
I know I didn't catch it. I felt so bad.
I left him a little comment on there, and he was talking about the weather over there. So
Yeah, it's been snowing all day long.
he was like, when you left, he said the weather just went crazy. It's like you need to come back and fix it.
Yes, it did. You left, and then we got rain, and then bam, snow, and we're like, okay.
Yeah. I actually contributed. I contributed in one thing in the escape room. I found one key that was in the dress.
No, I think you helped me with more than that. I think there was a couple that I wouldn't have gotten had you not said something.
You know what? I should have spoken up more because when we first started it, I thought in my head, and I said this, but it was just like a passing comment. I was like, I think trying to figure out this picture with these blocks, I think it's
Is
just
a decoy.
It's just something to take you off track. It's just a red herring.
And you
I
were
said
right.
that. And it was because only 2 blocks mattered.
Also, when the radio came up and said 102 degrees, you knew it was the combination.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to do another escape room.
Yeah.
One with more rooms. We need to go to one with more rooms. Next time, I know where I'm taking you.
Okay.
So the room names don't sound as fun,
Hmm.
but the rooms themselves are more fun. So the next time you come this way, we've got to do two things. We've got to do an escape room from Escape Warehouse,
Okay.
and we've got to go to the canyon.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, you know
Oh,
this.
better yet, we've got to go to the canyon, and we've got to go to the escape room in Lubbock. That's like 3 rooms.
Oh, okay. Okay, I could do that. Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, we got to do those 2 things.
This escape room was, I don't know. Maybe I just didn't follow it, but it just seemed kind of random.
It was not the most sensical I've ever
It wasn't
been.
linear.
No.
It wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't. It felt like it was half formed,
Yes. Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Hmm. Yeah.
But we'll do another one. At least you got the basics now.
Yeah. Oh, wait. I was lost whenever we started that one. I was like, wait a minute. All y'all were just like, okay, we need to do this, this, and this. And I was just like, okay, I'm lost. I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, but now you've got a basis, and next time we're gonna go rock it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love Jay's comment here. Easiest way to beat an escape room: take a nap and wait for them to let you.
Oh no, Jay, okay, I am like a big kid. I had this conversation with Bond earlier. Like, I'm the person who like goes and plays in the rain with my bathing suit on, splashing my friends. I am the person who climbs the snow mountain in the parking lot to throw snowballs at people. Like, if we are at an amusement park, the kids are hurrying to keep up with me. Okay? Like, I am that person. So
She's only happy when it rains. Her only comfort is the night gone black.
they were an okay group. I thought they were highly overrated. But they were okay.
You know, we finished that escape room with like 3 minutes left.
No, I don't eat any kind of snow, particularly yellow snow.
Tell me you don't eat the yellow snow. Think it's lemon flavor? What? Are you high? Is Jay high tonight?
I'm just very high energy, I guess. I'm very bouncy and fidgety. You can ask Bond. I don't tend to stay still well.
Yeah.
Like, even in my own house, I will pace. I will walk outside. I will sit somewhere. I can swing my legs. Like,
Always moving.
even in my own house, I am not somebody who stays still well.
So how do you manage to work 8 hours standing still, like sitting there?
I don't
hours.
care. First of all,
8
it's not 8 hours. It's more like 13, 14 hours.
Well,
But
yeah.
how do I do that? I take lots of breaks. I have a little box that I made that I will put underneath my monitor so I can stand up for a little bit. My chair is always swinging back and forth, and I am generally rocking the fuck out. I also have alarms that go off throughout the day where I get up and play tug of war with my dogs. And when it gets warm again and the snow melts, we will go on walks on the lunch break. In the summer, I swim on my lunch breaks. Yeah, just stuff like
doing
that.
ice baths.
Oh, yes. Only when the sun comes out. I can't ice bathe in the winter. I don't know how people do it in the winter. But when the sun comes out, I will start ice bathing again. Yeah. No, I move around a lot. Even when I'm sitting down, I don't sit still. I'm not a very still person. Okay, so I don't know. Do you feel like Bond is pretty introverted. Do you feel like I gave you anxiety, Bond?
Oh no, definitely not.
Like, I'll be quiet if I don't have a problem being quiet. I'm very fidgety. My native name translates to dancing feather. Now, people, to shorten it, they would call me Feather, except one person. And it was the person who gave me the nickname Hualelu when I was little, which means hummingbird. And I said, he didn't call me Feather, he called me Dancing. And I asked him one day, I said, "Why do you call me dancing when everybody else calls me feather?" And he said, "The same reason I call you hummingbird, because you're tiny and you never stop moving."
But okay, but to be fair, I fidget a lot too, so I'm always moving. So, um, you didn't make me feel like that, but I don't know about other people.
I wouldn't say it's not like I'm hovering over anybody's shoulder being fidgety. It's just like you notice because like people will sit down to watch a video and I'll stand up in the back of the room and watch the video, but I can't sit still. I'll pace a little bit, I'll rock, I'll get up and I'll leave the room, I'll come back. Like I'm not a very still person.
I'm not either.
Hummingbirds are nature's crack addicts. What the fuck, Jay?
And I've told you, Pixie, my nickname when I was a kid, like a toddler, was Monos, because my hands were always like beating on the table, and that's all you could see.
Yeah.
So I'm always fidgeting. So yeah.
You know how Wildheart rocks? I do that too. So not the same way he does, but I'll rock, or my legs will be jumping, or like right now, my chair is up so high that my feet are not on the floor, so my legs are swinging like a little kid on a bar stool.
They're dangling.
Yeah, so I'm right now I'm swinging my legs like a little kid on a bar stool, and my chair is going from side to side to side. A second ago, the reason I probably sounded like I was getting further away is because I was standing up and pacing. I don't know.
So my feet right now, and what they've been doing this entire time, is basically I've been tapping my feet this entire time like I'm playing a bass drum. And so I've just been like, my legs have just been moving to rhythm this entire time. I'm always moving.
Tapor, isn't that like a hibernation thing? Like, where do you conserve energy for hibernation?
I think so.
No, I actually I'm the opposite. I have a really hard time holding down food, and I have a really hard time digesting food sometimes. And nobody knows why. Nobody can figure it out. I don't have Crohn's, I don't have Graves, there's nothing wrong with my thyroid or my gallbladder. I don't have celiacs, I don't have food allergies, I don't have IBS, I don't have a lot of other things, but nobody knows what it is.
That's interesting. I need to talk to you some more about that.
Well, the reason I say I have trouble digesting it is because that's like, you know how I say I have to be careful what I eat, how much I eat, and when I eat?
Mm-hmm.
The when is for a specific reason. It's because if I eat too early, I cannot hold it down. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what portion I eat. If I eat too early, it is not staying down. If I eat too late, though, I wake up in the morning and I throw up and it's not digested.
Yeah. You know, I experienced that as well. If I eat too late on certain days, it's just sitting there in me. And then I'm just nauseous.
Yeah, and then I just wake up and throw it up. And I'm like, well, that was not fun.
Yeah.
But it's not as bad as it used to be, because I used to spend the first 20 minutes of every single day on my knees in front of the toilet bowl. Every single day. Yeah. So it's not that bad anymore, but I still have to be careful.
Mm. Yeah, I'm kind of experiencing something similar, I think, right now. But I was able to eat the dessert that my grandma made, so that's good.
I still eat off the kids' menu.
The kids' menu.
I do. Most of the time. Either that, if I order from the adult menu, I'm like, can I get a half portion?
You know, I used to get like the biggest meal available, and now I just whenever we went to eat for my mom's birthday, um I just got a regular meal and I just ate like half of it. I left it over there. I was upset that I left it at my sister's house, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm the person that has like 2 slices of pizza and then I'm like, no, I'm really done. That's me.
See, I used to be the person who ate the whole pizza. Now I just take a couple of bites and,
Oh no, that's my sister. That's my sister. My sister, oh my god, she could wipe out the whole Pizza Hut bar. Like she just
yeah, that was me before. That was me.
she would just and then like I would have my 2 pieces of pizza and I'd be ready to go and I'd be like, is everybody ready? And she'd be like, no, can I have your pizza? And I'm like, you just went to the pizza bar like 5 times and the dessert bar like 4 times and you just ate like 3 salads. But sure, eat my pizza. I don't care.
Yes, I used to get we would go to like Texas Roadhouse, and I would get the meals that had like the ribs and the
Oh,
steak.
I hate that place.
Well, yeah, I understand why, but
it smells bad. It smells really, really bad.
Mm.
Like the whole even if you get carry out. You bring carry out from that place home, and I'm like, oh god, you went to Texas Road. Like you don't even have to tell me. You can just walk in from the garage, and I'm like, you went to Texas Roadhouse. I don't know. It smells so bad. And I've been to other steakhouses, that do not smell great, right? But there's something about Texas Roadhouse in particular. I don't know what it is, but that place smells fucking awful.
I wonder what it is then. That's interesting. Because we go there often. And I remember I used to get like the biggest meals there. I would get like a huge like Fort Worth ribeye and then ribs with it. Just like destroy everything, eat it all. And now I'm just like, I don't need it. I don't need any of it hardly.
See, I went to the steakhouse that had the really good stuffed mushrooms. They didn't smell bad. Outback smells kind of bad, but it's tolerable. Then the place where you just throw the peanut shells on the floor, I've been there, and they didn't smell great, but they weren't like terrible. I don't know what it is about Texas Roadhouse, but that place smells fucking awful.
Now I'm interested on what it is. Well, Texas Roadhouse, they used to do the peanuts on the ground before 2020.
Also, Sonic's tater tots smell funny, so I can't eat them.
I haven't been Sonic in a long time.
Their tater tots smell funny.
I think the last time I was at Sonic was it's been like a year or 2 ago.
Oh god, I think the last time I went was like wait, hold on. When was the last time I got Super Munchkin and Ocean Water Slushy? I think that was like 3 years ago. I think I went to Sonic 3 years ago.
Yeah. I think it's been within about a year that I've been there. And it was just for the drink. I haven't ordered food at Sonic since probably like 2018.
I never went for food. I go for drinks.
Yeah.
There was only one thing I ever got off their menu, and it's not on their menu anymore.
What was it?
Cheddar bites.
Oh, okay, yeah. I used to get this drink. What was it called? It was called Purple something. I can't remember the name.
Did I tell you how we embarrassed my mom at a Sonic?
No, you didn't.
Oh, okay. So when I was little, well, I wasn't little. I was probably like 14 or 15 at this time. When I was younger, I did not understand that even though it's a franchise, different stores have different things. You know how like Dairy Queen is a Texas thing, and the further north you get, the more of the menu drops off until you
Yes.
get to Dairy Queens that have nothing but ice cream.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So I didn't realize that Sonic's could have like different specialty drinks, because every Sonic has ocean water, every Sonic has purple whatever, every Sonic has that. Okay. So at the Sonic where I used to live, there were like these custom drinks. One was called Liquid Starburst, I think it was, and it literally tasted like a pink Starburst. I think it was like it was cherry and no, it was Big Red, Sprite, and vanilla, I think is what it was. Anyway, it tasted like a Starburst. And they had all these drinks. Well, one of the drinks was called an orgasm. And we used to order it all the time. Like, even before I knew what the word meant, I was ordering the drink, right?
Yeah.
So we're out of town. Like, we had just moved. And everybody's tired. We're fixing to have to go unpack. So Mom decides she's going to go to Sonic and she's going to get everybody a drink, And she pulls into Sonic and she's like, what does everyone want? And we're all thinking about it. And my sister goes, I want an orgasm. And I was like, oh, I want one too. And so my mom pushes the button and she's like, can I get, what'd she say? She's like, can I get like a Diet Dr. Pepper or something else? And then she was like, can I get 4 orgasms? And they were like, what? And they were like, what? And my mom was like, never mind. And we just drove off. We just drove away.
Pixie, what did you do?
Funny. That's hilarious because the first time, so this drink that I really liked was called a purple O, a purple orgasm, basically. And I remember whenever I went there, I was like, I want a purple O. And they said, what? I said, a purple orgasm. And they said, what was that again? I said, I was like, a purple O, I think. And so literally the guy, he walked out and came to my car and said, what is it that you're wanting? And I told him, and then he said, oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. You want this and this, right? It's just like Sprite and Powerade. And I was so embarrassed.
Oh my God. My mom was horrified. We just drove away. And then Super Munchkin, she heard that story and she thought she would try to embarrass me as much as possible. Now, I was always hard to embarrass growing. It's not that I'm hard to embarrass. It's that the way in which I get embarrassed is not the typical way that other people get embarrassed. You can embarrass me really easy. It's just not the same way you can embarrass other people, typically. And so it used to frustrate people. Like, I remember one time this girl was getting on my nerves and she was following me everywhere and she was just no. And I knew that she was really easily embarrassed. So she was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? And I waited until this like really hot guy was walking by and I turned around as loudly as possible. And I was like, I'm getting a tampon. Do you mind? She got all embarrassed. And then that's the same girl who, like, she was trying to embarrass me. So she started digging through my backpack purse one day. And so, like, at lunch in front of everybody, she pulls a tampon out of my purse. And she's like, look what I found in your purse. And everybody's all staring at us. So I just, like, looked at her and I was like, uh-huh. And look who's playing with it. And then she got all embarrassed again. Anyway, so Super Munchkin, she would try to embarrass me. And her friends, it's her, Elle, and Crew are in the back seat. And I go through this drive-through to order food, and they say, "Can I, can I take your order spill?" And as soon as I start ordering, the whole back seat breaks out in this chorus of "Stop! Don't touch me there! This is my no-no square." And I was like, "Oh great, here we go, here we go."
What the fuck? You've certainly lived a life, Pixie. That's what I say.
Oh, I have millions of stories. You have no idea.
Pixie
What
has a
a
lot of
book.
stories.
I mean, you could definitely write a book about them.
I will be right back. I'm going to mute for just a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Do, 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 do,
Jay
do.
should be here tomorrow at tomorrow's stream. Today is the whatever stream. It's the boring stream. You should be here tomorrow because it's the Serb and Odin stream. And Serb told me I need to title my stream Condom Induced Abortion. So you should be here tomorrow, Jay.
Jesus.
He's probably already gone. I probably already bored him out the room. But in case you heard that, tomorrow.
I'll remind them.
Yep. Today's my whatever stream because I can. What is today? Today's the 5th, huh?
Yep.
Son of a crap. I need to make that call on Monday.
For at least another hour and a half.
I was supposed to call already, but I did not. Do you hear that?
Yes.
Copper wants to play, and Onyx is telling him no.
I'm too old for this shit.
That is exactly what she is saying. Do not fuck with me. I am too old for this. Hey, little Copper. What's up, baby? What's up, little guy? Ow, that is my arm. Where is your toy? Where's your tug of war toy? Are we going to play tug of war with my sleeve? Is that what's happening? What, little one? He's being a mess right now. He's like trying to get me to play. What? What is it? I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. What? Oh, I got you. Oh,
I doubt Z then comes around here much anymore. Lol. Yep.
Oh, did Zeta never come here?
I don't know. I was
Oh,
just
yeah,
reading
yeah,
one
yeah.
comment.
Yeah, he was here before.
By the way, Bond, I know you probably got busy, so you forgot to do it, but I would still like that clip.
Yes, yeah, I'll send you that clip tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Copper, what the hell, buddy? What was that? Oh, you think you can wink and make it all better?
Everyone knows a wink makes everything better.
I figured out some training techniques to get him to wink more consistently.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. What?
So apparently the best sign when he learns it better is to just point to my eye when I tell him to wink.
Mm-hmm.
But to teach him it, you like bring your finger in towards his peripheral vision and like out of reflex, he'll close that eye. So if you act like you're going to touch his eye, he'll close it. Like don't touch it, but just move your finger like you're going to.
Yeah.
So if I do that while I tell him to wink, he'll start making the connection.
Okay.
And then I'll just point to my own eye to get him to do it. But only because I only teach them what they're naturally inclined to do. So for like Onyx, her special one is to dance. She'll dance for you. Victor's special one was to smile. If you told him to smile, he'd wrinkle his nose back and show you all his teeth. He'd smile so hard he'd make himself sneeze.
Yeah.
And then Copper, he just winks all the time. So I'm going to teach it to him as a command. Don't. What is your deal?
He wants to play
You-
tug of war.
He doesn't just want to play tug of war. He wants to play Herd the Mama. I'm serious. He's like biting at my legs right now.
My dog is still smelling my shoes.
Because they smell like my dog. Yep, we're playing tug of war now. I'm gonna see
Midnight,
if we'll get vocal.
Midnight, how have you been lately? Been all right? You muted, but maybe you've been all right. I can hear that. I can hear you playing with them.
Oh, kidding. I'm trying to.
I need to get me one of those little round circular things.
The rings.
Yeah, the rings. I need to get me one of those.
I need to build him an obstacle course outside. He's just so.
Yes, he would. Yeah, I think he would do good with an obstacle course. I should build my dog an obstacle course at some point.
You gonna let it go? Onyx is like it's getting too rambunctious and here, let me out. Here you go, baby.
You know, I am surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised that Wild hasn't joined yet.
Why are you pleasantly surprised? I'm not pleasantly surprised. I haven't seen him today. I need to.
We've messaged today, but I'm hopeful that he's asleep right now.
Yeah, I see now. I feel bad because we were supposed to talk earlier, and then I got busy with all that other stuff. And then he said he'd be here if he wasn't asleep. Which I mean, it's good that he's asleep, but I think he's been asking to chat for like 2 days, and every time I'm like, Wild, he's like, oh, I'm on a live, we'll chat in a bit, and then I'm asleep. Or he's like, hey, are you ready to chat? And I'm like, yeah, we'll chat in a bit, and then he's asleep.
Yeah.
And
The
so
times are-
I feel really bad, actually.
Yeah, I'll wake up and then I'll see like his messages like, hey, are you awake to chat? You know, and then I've talked to him. I talked to him. Did I talk to him this morning? Maybe it was yesterday. I think it was yesterday that I talked to him. But he's I just hope that he's just like getting some rest right now. Because it's what is it over there? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. It's like 3 a.m.
It's 6 hours instead of 5 now. They had their time change.
Yeah, it's like 3:30 right now over there.
Yeah, something like that.
So hopefully he's asleep right now. And I mean, he's been messaging me back and forth. He's been up to date on his meds and stuff like that. So
yeah, he did tell me that he's been on his meds, and that makes me really happy. I think his mom has been really pressuring him ever since she found out too. So
yeah. And I messaged him like I'll try to message him in the morning when I get up at like 4:30 or 5 and say, hey, make sure to take him. And then I know his mom is keeping up to date with him on that. So he's doing good on that. So
good, because I would remind him as much as I could, but I felt like, and then I'd have to like make him do it. I'd have to be like, no, I want to see you do it right now.
yeah. I was threatening him. Well, I sent you the screenshot.
Yeah.
Like, look, you got 5 minutes. Either
contact or I'm going to get you kicked from this stream.
Yes. And I did that time. I did have to get him kicked from the stream. So, but yeah, he's doing good on that. So he's, a few more days and things should be, getting a little better. So I'm hoping he's asleep right now.
I don't know. I actually don't have a problem with Zedin. Like, I like Zedin. I just don't know where they're coming up with all this weird, like, projection stuff.
Zedin, man. Oh man, we used to get along. Oh yeah, he got in his feelings with me. I don't know.
Well, so did Cecil. And I didn't
Yeah.
even like I wasn't even typing at Cecil. I had just typed something. I said I think I said something like there were a bunch of people being like ugly, and somebody had mentioned the way that Wildheart got treated that one night. And I said something like, why is it that some of the people who claim, who yell about God's love the loudest are some of the most bitter people you come across?
Yeah.
And then Father Charles was like, that's one of the great mysteries. And then Cecil, I guess, decided that comment was about her, and she's been like passive aggressive ever since.
Yeah. Because you said,
And then I don't play with that passive aggressive bullshit. I'll just be blunt.
yeah.
I'm like,
Because
no.
You were like, some of these believers, some of them, do this.
Yeah.
And she's like, whoa. Just because I say this and this doesn't mean this. It's like, okay.
No, she said, just because I quote Bible verses and you don't want to see Bible verses. And I just didn't say anything. I just kind of let it slide. But then she started insulting people again. And I was like, oh yeah, it's because of the Bible verses. Way to tell on yourself. And then she got like really, really mad. And she's been passive aggressive ever since. And like I said, I don't play passive aggressive. So she comes at me passive aggressive and I come back blunt as hell.
Yeah.
And I don't care.
Yeah. She's definitely interesting. I used to get along with her up until recently. I used to get along.
Yeah. See, and I don't know what it is. See, when I first started going there, like they were fine, especially Zedin. Like I was in Zedin's room sticking up for him.
Yeah.
And like I don't know what happened, but it just like this switch flipped, and they started like saying that the atheists in the room were being bullies and that they bully the Christian, which is weird because I don't really see atheists saying that many things. I mean, there's a couple of atheists that push back, but like as a whole, I don't really see the non-believers saying a whole lot. And when they do, they're not like openly insulting people, right? But they just started going around insulting everybody and then talking about how the people they were insulting were a bunch of meanies. And then I don't know. And then they were trying to tell Ghost how to run his show.
I'm very disappointed in Bruce Wayne. Rather than being out there fighting crime, he's he hangs out on a live stream.
Bruce Wayne.
He's being hateful.
Yeah. And what was that one other thing they did that threw? There was another thing they did that kind of threw me that I was like, whoa, where did that come from? And then they started saying that the atheists run everything. Like they were like, the atheists are running this stream. And I was sitting there and there were 2 non-believers and 3 believers talking on panel. And they were all being respectful. And I was like, what do you mean the atheists run the show? It was weird.
Yeah. So my issue with Zedin, right? We always got along. Like I thought we were pretty good. And then I made mention to how Wildheart was a topic, and I made mention to how I've listened in to some meetings that he's had, right, and some phone calls. Just a passing comment, that I've listened into some things and I understand what's going on with his situation. And then he just like decided to take this in this weird direction. Like, well, I'm glad I live in a 2-party state where it's illegal to listen in on conversations.
Okay, first of all, that doesn't make any sense because first of all, a 2-party state is for recording, not for listening.
Yes, exactly.
Second of all, you couldn't have listened had the party not sent you a link so that you could listen. So that other party was completely aware. So that sentence doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever.
Yeah, it's 2 different things. Like it doesn't even apply. And so he said that, and when he said that, I felt some sort of way. And so I replied, and then he replied back, and then it just built off that. And then
Is that what
all of a
happened that night when I was like, I don't know what's happening? Is that what?
Yes, yeah. It was that stream. I think you came in later, and I think
Yeah,
Mr.
and I
Mod
had
came in
no.
later.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
had no
because
idea
we
what
we
was
were
going
just
on.
like we were at that point when y'all came in, we were just like we were just butting heads, right?
Yeah, and I was like, "Whoa, what
and I
happened?"
was like,
here?
and me, I was like, dude, I'm in the stream right now. Click the link and let's talk it out. But that never happened. But that's what started it, was because I made the people in the stream were talking, and I made a comment about how I understood what was going on, and I tried to clear up some things. And I was like, look, I'm listening in to some of these conversations. And then
And
he
they
just comes out of left field saying, I'm glad I live in a two-party state where this and this and this. And so
that
I
doesn't make
responded.
any look. It's not like an iPhone I'm listening in, like an
Yeah.
iPod I'm listening in, sort of thing. It's like he sent me the link so I could hear, so I did.
Yes.
Like I don't.
And so he threw that comment out there. I was like, okay, you're gonna jab at me. I'm gonna ask you a question and let's see where this goes. And we ended up I asked him a question, he responded, and then it just built on that. And then it just kept on like a snowball rolling down the hill, building. And then finally I was like, you know what? Click the link. Let's do this. Do you got something to say? Say it. And it built from there. And that's whenever you and Mod went into the stream or went into the comments and saw like what's going on,
Yeah.
And then that's whenever that Tar fellow, whatever.
At first I thought you were saying that Bruce was saying, and see, that would make sense coming from Bruce, because Bruce does that all the time. He here's what he wants to hear and he makes up the rest, and then he throws in a bunch of assumptions and runs with it, right?
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have taken Zeden for that kind of person.
I didn't either until that happened. And apparently he's just like that. Yeah, it was weird. It was weird. And then he fed off of
Seasal.
He fed off the energy of Seasal and
Tar Baby.
Yeah.
Tar Baby Yoda. Yeah.
Yeah. So he fed off that energy. And then
well, that's sad, because I thought he and I were going to get along great. I was in his room sticking up for him and everything.
I was too. Like, I liked him. We talked. He would like randomly comment and say, hey, how's he doing? Maybe we should pray for him. And then that happened. And it was just a 180-degree switch that just happened. And so then
from what I hear, a lot of people feel like this started with Tar Baby Yoda. Actually,
well, he's the center. He's the nucleus of it all.
Yeah.
Well, he's the center of a lot of things, because he's a little chat rat that just says a lot of things.
A lot of hateful things.
Yeah. I mean, and he is really the center of a lot of things that happened. Because he even came in later trying to it was weird. It's weird, right? He was like, oh, Zeden, I played into it because I just was joking around, but he was like, oh yeah, he kicked out your teeth and did all these things.
Yeah, I was there for that part.
What are you talking about, dude? It's funny, kind of, but
I don't think Seasal likes me very much. She gets real quiet when I say something.
She doesn't like me anymore either.
If I say, if she plays her passive aggressive shit and I say something blunt back, she gets real quiet for a while.
Yeah, she does not. Actually, there was a.
I don't think Bruce likes me either. After the other day, he tried to play it off like I was a Karen, and then I went and showed him how he was the Karen, and now he doesn't like me.
Bruce
at all.
Bruce got I think Bruce got embarrassed. I think he felt embarrassed that last stream we were on. I think he really did feel embarrassed in that.
You know what?
And
He should have.
left. He left the stream and he didn't never come back. He never came back.
He should have known I meant what I said the first time. The first time I said, my problem with you is you're pretending to know things you don't, and you act as if it makes you an authority.
Yeah.
Right? And he did not only did he do the same thing this time, right? But he completely ignored everything that was said to him last time while he did the same thing this time.
Yeah.
And so I went up there and put him in his place. And then he was like, Karen. And I was like, no, you were the Karen. And here's exactly how.
Yeah.
And then, so he probably hates me now and whatever.
He probably does hate you. I know he doesn't like me. He's got a weird relationship with me because he thinks I'm still saved, but he doesn't like me because I'm like a thorn in his side that he can't reach. And he definitely doesn't like you. But I think after that last stream, I think he's going to shut his mouth now. And I hope he does. And if he doesn't, I'll join and make him shut his mouth. But,
I didn't have any trouble making him shut up. And I didn't even get to stay on long.
Yeah, I know, right? He kept getting kicked out. I really do think that stream, I think it made him feel stupid. I really do.
Well, he should feel stupid. He ignored everything that was said to him last time. All he had to do was listen.
Yeah.
Last time, I even specifically said, if this date gets pushed back, I do not want to hear shit from you because he's doing what he's supposed to do. He's going to all the meetings, and this waiting is on their end, not his. We specifically told him that. And that's the first thing he brought up this time. That's his own damn fault.
Yeah, it's like he's an idiot. He just thinks he just thinks people can just walk up and like, hey, I want to go into rehab. And then they're going to be like, okay, well, come on in, take a seat over here, join the program.
It's not that easy. Not even in the US, especially in the US.
It's really not, right? And this dumbass thinks that that's the way it works. And it's like, okay, it doesn't work like that. Come to the real world, come to reality. You have to go through these certain steps. And sometimes you can cross all your T's and dot all your I's, and you're just in a waiting game with the administration.
Exactly. I don't know. I don't feel bad. The first time I felt a little bad, but I didn't feel bad the second time. I don't even care.
Yeah, no, I didn't feel bad at all on that. I actually enjoyed watching him run away. Just leave.
The only thing I feel bad about is that I temporarily confused Wayne Burke for Bruce Wayne.
Oh, yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah, I felt bad about that. I did apologize to him for that. I was like, I confused you with another asshole. I apologize.
Dwayne, he helped me out a lot. He kind of told me, he was like, look, man, it's going to be a long wait for a while to get into a rehab situation.
Yeah.
He was like, it's not going to happen really quick. And even though I was being told other information, what he said actually came out to play. It was pretty factual because it's going to be like he's going through detox, right? But
even then, he's going to have to go to a community program before he can even get to rehab because rehab is such a long, long wait.
Yes. So, what's going to happen lines up with what Dwayne told me. He was like, dude, like, it's going to be a long time. It's a long wait to get into rehab. And there are people that are waiting on a waiting list for that. And based off of what Wilds told me, he's going to go to this prehab thing, right?
Yeah.
Where it's just basically classes. He's going to go there. They're going to help him. But he's not going to be able to get into a live-in residential thing.
For a while.
Or maybe a year. You never know. from what the guy said, it was like you're gonna go through this prehab thing, and until you can get into rehab, until we can get you into rehab, because it's a long wait.
Yeah. Yep. So I don't know. It just angered me because
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't know, and I don't know. They're just weird, and they're always saying how like mean everybody is, but if they haven't realized it yet, there's a couple of atheists who only show up to make sure the Christians aren't bullying Ghost.
Yes,
So I don't know why. I don't know
exactly.
why. I don't know why they're calling the atheist bullies, because they're some of them are only showing up to make sure the Christians don't bully Ghost.
Exactly. Right? Like you see Aiden, he jumps in whenever he sees people trying to take advantage of him, right?
Yeah, exactly. And everybody, a lot of the believers cannot. Okay, first of all, I like Aiden. I think Aiden's fantastic.
He's
I'm just gonna
amazing.
say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aiden is awesome. But a lot of the Christians don't seem to like Aiden at all. Like they cannot stand him.
Mhm.
And I'm like, you would never have to hear Aiden. Like you would never have to hear him again if you didn't jump on stream to bully Ghost. He only joins to make you stop bullying Ghost.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? You know what I like about Aiden is that he jumps in to defend Gigi whenever these people are trying to go at him and trying to influence in some sort of way, right? But he also will join a conversation, and he will have the conversation from the point of view of a Christian and be honest about it. I've heard him defend Christian Pike before.
Yeah, he'll go both ways. And I also respect the fact that like he was sitting there on panel one day and he said something to the effect of, "Look, I'm the evil atheist. I'm supposed to be the one offended by scripture. Why are all you fighting?" Right? Like just
Yeah.
let's just have the conversation, right? Like I'm supposed to be the one offended here. Let's just get through this.
Yeah, like he'll read the text and he'll do like an internal critique, and he will operate from a position where he's a Christian and read the text from it, and he'll have the conversation. He's done it with Odin, he's done it with Christian Pike, many people.
Yeah, I like Aiden. He's pretty cool.
I think
he decided I'm okay because I went up there to tell off people for Ghost too.
Yes, yeah. If you defend Gangster Ghost, he definitely has a special place in his heart for Gangster.
I think it was when I told Gangster Ghost, not just defending him. I think it was when I told Gangster Ghost that he did not have anything to apologize for at all, and that he should be proud of the way he ran his channel, and he should not apologize for that. And he didn't owe anybody an apology because he never did anything wrong.
Yeah, and I try to tell Gangster that, and I
tell him that every time he says sorry, I say that to him, to Ghost.
Yeah. I always try to tell Gangster Ghost, like, hey man, I enjoy your channel. It's one of my favorite streams that you run. I'll always watch it, and I think you do a good job.
Yeah.
And I try to tell Wild that too. I'll send Wild messages, about how I think he's doing a really good job, and I'm proud of him. But yeah, he's I like Gangster.
Me too. I always try to check up on Wild, but at least Wild has a feisty side, right? Like Wild will take care of himself.
Yeah. Wild can handle himself.
You can make Ghost mad enough to time you out, but the next day he's gonna be like, "I'm sorry, please don't be mad at me.
You know what?
Let's just be friends." And I'm like, "Ghost, stop apologizing to the asshole. You're fine."
I've seen Gangster Ghost one time only, not apologize, and he just went in on someone. I won't say who it was, and I won't say what it was about, but one time I saw him do that.
I bet I can guess the subject.
Well, you can
Who-
probably guess the
Who
subject.
doesn't even matter? Who doesn't even matter? But I guess I could bet. I bet I could guess the subject.
You probably could guess the subject. I don't
Yeah.
know that you can guess the person that happened.
Probably not.
You know the person, and you probably met the person, but yeah. he was very passionate.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna not know, and that's good for me. It's good for me to not know. I'm happy
Yeah.
not knowing. Just gonna
Yeah.
mind my own business. That's how we're gonna handle that.
There we go. Yeah.
I'm very into that these days. I'm like, nope, don't care. Don't. Oh my god! Somebody came up to me the other day, and they were like, "I just wanted to let you know that so and so said this about you," and I was like, "No, no, no, I don't care. I do not care what so and so said about me. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Don't care.
I'm in that mode now.
It is
You know
none of my
what? You know what,
business."
Pixie? I was greeted by someone that I avoid nowadays. It was interesting.
Oh,
Yeah. Someone that I avoid nowadays, they saw me in the chat and they were like, "Hey, Bond's there. What's up?"
awkward, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I heard it and then I just went on with my day, but But Odin joined.
Oh, cool.
He hasn't said anything yet.
Well, I mean, I know he joined. He did. He said he briefly spoke earlier, and then he stopped. Oh, did you get a hold of Serb about tomorrow, Batman?
I messaged him. He hasn't responded to me yet. He's probably doing stuff with the wife, as he always says.
Yeah.
He's probably making $1 million right now, No one
Well,
served.
chances are, if it's people who's hired to deal with his wealth, probably shorted the market. That's what I would do if I had the capital to dump in it.
I'm looking forward to hear. Do you know much about what he's gonna about what topic that he's bringing?
Not
Hey,
really,
Marty.
to be honest.
You say no.
Today's- Oh,
Much?
Yeah, I'm trying to not find anything too deep about it.
Oh, you're basically avoiding it.
you're gonna go in blind like me. Yeah. Oh, there's gonna be 2 blind mice. Okay. It's gonna be the
Yeah.
Serb show tomorrow. Nice. Well, if he agrees, I'm sure he'll agree. I think he's been having fun. I think he likes it because he gets to talk about things that other people don't want to talk about or whatever, and he gets to drop the teaser. He gets to be like, next time we're talking about this, and I'm just like, yeah, Serb, on it.
Oh yeah, me and Serb have over the years have spent hours talking about this stuff. So
See, and I like talking about this stuff, but I guess a lot of people don't. So maybe he does like. I'm glad to be able to host it. I think it's great fun, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. If he can tomorrow, if not, whenever he can, I will
that's
figure
why
it
I
out.
suggested the idea, because I realized that you like talking about this stuff. He likes talking about this stuff. I like to talk about it. So, but shit, why not explore multiple different aspects of the economy and the market, stuff like that.
Look, I just, I told Bond earlier. I was like, I'm hosting it, but it's technically it's really like Odin and Serb's show, and I'm kind of along for the ride, which has been great fun. But
Yeah,
I'm great with that. I think that's great. I think it's great. I don't mind it at all. You guys came up with the titles? All
Condom
of it.
abused abortion.
Yeah. So the series is Pixie Duster Bullshit, which was Odin's idea. And then the subtitle for the next one is Condom Induced Abortion, and that was Serb's idea.
Gonna be pill induced abortion.
It should be, but I think, I don't know.
Produced.
Well, maybe. We'll see. I'm interested in hearing what he has to say, though.
If I send you an image of like a bunch of like condoms in a bag that has been used,
No, please don't send
and
me
then,
a picture of
and
used
then like little
condoms.
babies in the background, little fetuses. in the
Please
background.
don't send me pictures of used condoms. That would be on my channel forever, Bond. That's so gross.
If I send you, if I send you unused condoms,
That is better.
okay, we'll see what I come up with.
Okay.
My mind is working right now, so you know.
One sec.
I'll send you some XXX rated photos and then some PG-13 photos.
I told what I used to do to like troll ex-girlfriend, right? I'll be like, I'm sending you a dick pic. They're like, no, I'm at work, and I'm like, too late. And then they see like a dick drawing show up on their phone. Yeah, I got stuff thrown at me. I got yelled at too.
Yeah.
Like, what?
I've never seen any like triple X photos.
I did send that too, where I just drew 3 X's. Yeah, she wasn't thrilled.
Midnight sends them all the time, though. You know, he's just like an automatic weapon, but send them out.
Hold on, what's Midnight doing? He's been quiet.
Yeah,
He's
sorry.
sending- he's sending XX pictures, right?
I mean,
That's what he's doing right now.
if you call programming sending dick pics, then yeah, I guess I'm sending dick
Yeah,
pics.
he's sending D pics right now. He's just like unloading the clip.
In that case,
Racing his inner porn star.
yep. Odin.
Yo.
It's cool, isn't it?
What's cool? Me?
Us being here, yep. Well, you are definitely cool. So's Bond.
Odin's cool. I may not be, but you know. Oh, wow.
I said you are.
Dude, I'm so annoyed, dude. I gotta go into work tomorrow.
Why?
Because my boss is dumb shit brick who doesn't follow his own procedures.
You're kind of breaking up.
Yeah.
No, I did.
We got what you mean.
I did break up because I.
Well, okay, you did break up. That kind of, yeah.
Odin, do you so do you like split your time between like in office or at home?
Rarely nowadays. For the most part, I'm in the office. The only times I would work at home is if I'm just doing stuff that's like they don't need me to do any like physical work.
Yeah.
But since things are have been pretty busy, I have to go in more.
Okay, so you go you have a physical office that you go to.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. I didn't know how that worked with like coronavirus and all that stuff in the past. So
Yeah, I mean, I still went to work during that time. To be honest, work was slow, but you know, we still went in. I got all the
Mm.
stuff that I need to get done, and the other
yeah,
folks came in and did their their part.
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's I always work from home, um, which that's probably going to change here pretty soon. But um, I always like to hear where people work from, um, whether it's remote or in office.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, the way how I'm kind of like looking at it now is, go with what's more convenient, because the way how I look at it is, like, if you're a company and you don't need people to be in the office, right? Like, why pay a ton of money for all that extra office space,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know, when you can
hmm
just have people work from home?
yeah,
I like what my company did. So they didn't close all the offices. They closed most of the offices. Then first they asked us, do you want to come back to the office? I said, no, I don't. And they said, okay, cool, you do not have to. There are certain people that have to for their job. So they kept that plus a little extra. And they have what they call hotel desks. And so it's like if your internet gets knocked out and it's going to be a while before you get it back on or something like that, then you can reserve one of these desks and you can go in and you can still work. But it's like a temporary thing. Like it's there for anybody to use when they need it. It's not like you have to be there. And when they kept some conference rooms for people to schedule meetings and one-on-ones and stuff like that, and that's about it.
Would be nice to be able to work from home.
Yeah, well, for me, I'm always gonna have to because how the hell can I get into the office? So eventually, if I do get a job, it has to be remote for me.
Well, fucker, don't you have feet?
I have feet, but if I have to go to, if I work for the company that the offices are in Atlanta, how the hell am I gonna get through Atlanta? Like, remember, I live in New
Yeah.
Jersey.
Isn't there one close by you?
I don't know, depending on the company I want to working on.
Actually, that's a company thing. Most companies, that's a company thing. For example, I've had to go to Houston for work before. I've had to go to some other places for work before. When I have to travel for work, they if I need a rental car or a taxi or Uber or anything like that, they pay for it. They pay for my plane flights. They pay for my hotel.
Well, I mean, by all means, if they pay for it, I'll go.
Not only do they pay for my hotel and my food, but I get a certain allowance for quote unquote entertainment every day. That's how I went like ice skating in the park outside and shit.
Oh wow.
Right? Like they give you and they pay for it. I think I had to pay for 2 things and then I submitted a receipt and they reimbursed me. But yeah, like it's really not that big a deal. Usually. If you have to travel, the company usually takes care of it.
Yeah, fair enough.
And if you travel, they usually send you with more than one person, and at least one person has a company credit card.
I mean, I need to work for Pixar's company.
Well, no, you need to, you need to go down the path you're going, Mr. Data Man. How's that going so far?
Oh, see, I also work for an international company, so the biggest bonus is the first year I worked there, I had 24 paid vacation days.
Wow.
Now I have more than that. Not only do I have more than that, but I can roll over 10 days every year. So I actually have trouble using all my paid time off.
Can you transfer it to someone else or something?
No.
Transfer it to me.
No, but my manager got on to me. She was like, so I was looking at stuff. And she said, I've never had to get on to you for anything. And I was like, okay. And she's like, but. And I was like really scared. I thought it was like going to be something big, you know, because she's like, but I've been looking at the records. And I was like, oh no, what did I do? And
20 vacation days.
she's like, she's like, I noticed that you are out of the office less than anyone else. She's like, I mean that. And I don't mean just because you work more hours than anybody else. She's like, because you don't take your vacation days. She's like, this is part of your compensation. I need you to take your vacation days. At least, like, she's like, do you know how many days you forfeited? Do you know how many days you forfeited? And I was like, no. And she's like, I do. And that needs to be way lower. And I was like, okay.
Okay, what's the number? What's the number?
How many days did I forfeit last year
Yeah.
during all the big projects? 14.
14. Oh, I thought it was going to be higher or something.
No, you have to realize I had 24 days left at the end of the year. 10 rolled over, which means I forfeited 14 days.
Ah, wow. Okay.
Yeah, of paid time off. But technically, I got paid more for forfeiting those days because when you're working 13, 14-hour days, those overtime hours add up real quick. But when my overtime goes down, I'll probably get another promotion.
Am I bugging? Okay. I just saw something pop up on Reddit. And I opened the link because I'm like a curious cat when it comes to certain things. Apparently, Florida and Texas, they're considering dropping the American Bar Association accreditation required to practice law.
I mean, I feel like it's a
if you want to
mistake.
be a lawyer, you don't need to be certified.
That's
That's gotta be a different sort of thing. I think it's gotta be like, I don't think that they're actually gonna take away the bar. I think what they're saying is if the thing that I read on it earlier is accurate, and I don't know. Maybe the one I read is a spin and you've got the accurate one. I don't know. But the way I read it was that it was more like if you're licensed in if you're licensed to practice in, say, Florida, for example, then you don't have to recertify and take the Texas bar in order to practice in Texas. Right? Because lawyers, there's only like 2 jobs, lawyer and what's the other one? I think it's in medicine. It's in medicine somewhere. Anyway,
well,
you have to, when you pass the bar exam, you only pass the bar exam for one state. So every time you move to another state, you have to take a new bar exam. And that's why you'll have lawyers that are like, I'm a lawyer licensed to practice in Texas, or I'm licensed to practice in Texas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico, right? You see a lot of that. And it's because you have to pass a new bar exam for every state you practice in. And I think that's what they were looking at changing as far as I understood it, but I could be wrong.
I'm gonna paste something in the chat. You can read it because your voice is way cuter than mine.
I mean, you're not wrong.
So
That is a lie, but okay.
Okay, that is a lie, even though it isn't. But you know,
so read that.
Texas move comes as the ABA faces mounting pressure from the Trump administration and other Republicans to end its diversity and inclusion requirement for law schools. All of the Texas Supreme Court justices were appointed by Republican governors.
I saw the smoke. Now I see the fire. Okay.
So is there more to that, or like does that have to do with removing the bar? Like, what's I don't know.
Here's the link.
Okay. The Supreme Court of Texas has asked the public to weigh in on whether it should end its requirement that lawyers admitted in the state must graduate from an American Bar Associated accredited law school. Okay, that's a different thing. Got you. Following a similar move last month by Florida, the Texas High Court did not stipulate why it's reviewing the ABA requirement. Okay. That's a different thing. So what they're saying is, that this is how this is going to play out. The state is going to argue, or the government, the bureaucracy, whatever, the ABA is going to argue that that we should keep this law, that lawyers should graduate from an American Bar Associated accredited law school, reviewed and approved by the American Bar Association. Texas and Florida and other states are going to argue that it doesn't matter if you accredit the law school or the law program or not. If they pass the bar exam that you guys set, then they pass the bar exam that you guys set, and they should be able to practice law. And that's how that's going to go. Because before that law was introduced, you did not have to go to law school to practice law. If you could walk into a law library, study the hell out of some law, and go take the bar exam. And if you passed the bar exam, then you were able to practice law. And this was actually the way it worked until the 1980s. I think it was it the Catch Me If You Can guy? Where did Bond go?
Does Imes remove myself?
Well, oh, he's removing himself. Okay, well, I hope he comes back. But anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so if you ever watched that show Catch Me If You Can?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I know what you're talking
the
about.
movie.
Yeah, it's a movie.
Yeah, he did that, actually. He just studied and took the bar exam and became a licensed attorney. And it was like that for a long time. So they're going to argue that we should go back to that. And I don't necessarily disagree. I really don't. I don't think you should have to pay all of that money and go into debt to study law. If you can hit a law library up and study really hard and pass the American Bar Association's bar exam, then you should be able to do that. But I happen to think that education should be easily accessible to everyone.
Yeah, so do I. But couldn't you make the same argument for like other fields? Like in the sense, like if you want to study, I know chemistry requires you to do the experiments, obviously, but if you could show like a very, very very decent knowledge of it, like, hey, you're a scientist.
Well, not just decent knowledge of it, but actual practice of it.
Well, yeah,
right?
That's what I mean. Like,
you can pass the bar exam, but you're not going to keep your license very long if you're a negligent lawyer, right?
Yeah, well, like what I'm saying is that they can apply to like other stuff as well, not just law. Like,
right, it can apply to it can apply to a lot. There are things I wouldn't apply it to. Surgery, for example.
Well, yeah, maybe that's one needs.
Yeah, I think if you're going to be a surgeon, you should probably go to like an accredited school for that, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I would apply that standard to most education. I think most education should be freely accessible. So I don't know that I necessarily have a problem with that. That in itself. Now, if they say you don't have to pass the bar exam, then we're going to have some issues here, right? Because what the fuck do you mean they don't have to pass the bar exam?
No, but this is what this is what it's saying. It's saying that
it's saying they don't have to go to an American Bar Associated accredited school.
Yeah, but
it means they don't have to go to Harvard Law School. They don't have to go to Yale Law School. They don't have to go to West Texas A&M Law School. They don't have to do that. They just have to pass, but they still have to pass the bar exam. And that I don't have anything against that. Now, if you tell me they don't have to pass the bar exam, then I'm going to have questions. Well, how do I even know they're competent to be licensed, right?
True,
But
yeah.
if you're telling me they don't have to pay Yale and they don't have to pay Harvard, that they can study at the law library and go past the bar exam and hang out with some lawyers and learn in a courtroom, then by all means, go for it. If you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing.
I mean, the way how I look at it right now is it's one of those, like, have you ever seen any of like this somewhat of a cliche scene where you have that one guy who's like sitting down, either just like drinking his tea or like chewing on, eating his little snack, and he's just watching the world burn, pretty much.
You mean Joker?
I mean, I said it's shown up in a couple TV shows and like movies, but it's a cliche scene where you have one guy that's just kind of sitting back, watching everything go to shit, right? Like, I kind of feel like that guy at this point because
I think a lot of
it's
people
like,
do, honestly. Just
'cause I'm
sitting
like
back and
sitting,
watching the world burn.
like, yeah, like I'm sitting back and I'm like, am I the only person here who like notices all of this crazy shit that's going on? Like even the situation was a couple situations where where um two branches of government is literally in conflict, and it's like, how does one enforce whatever it needs to enforce to make sure one does what it's supposed to do, right? Without any issues. And when I like go and like do research and I read these laws and limitations that are put on certain entities and all of that stuff, and I'm like, why are we talking about this shit on the news? Because this is way more concerning. So the way how I kind of look at it now is like, okay, there are three current situations in the country, and I won't bore you guys. Three situations right now involving all three branches of government, and all of them are at like they're stepping on a red line, and one is a judge, one is the Trump administration, one is Congress, and somebody is gonna step over a red line, and shit is going to go crazy. So I feel like having that particular outlook.
No, you know
Okay.
what? Schools don't prevent that.
Mhm.
We have crooked lawyers all the time. You know what happens? They get disbarred. You know what's going to happen if somebody goes and teaches themselves law by learning from other lawyers and going to the law library and passing the bar exam, and they do something stupid and shit gets crazy? You know what's going to happen? They're going to lose their law license. They're going to be disbarred. It's not going to be any different. As a matter of fact, when did it say that law came into effect? In the 80s? So you mean every
The 80s.
lawyer, you mean every single lawyer that existed before the 80s just was incompetent at their fucking job? No.
Yeah, I
Of
mean, it
course
makes
not.
sense. Like if you know it, right, then just go get certified and
Exactly. Just
go
go
and
take the
work and
bar
do it.
exam.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, but that article didn't say they didn't have to take the bar exam. It said they wouldn't have to go to an associated. Okay, so the people who make the bar exam, right? The people who make the bar exam, they also go in and review schools and accredit their law programs. This is saying that in order to take the bar and get licensed, you don't have to go to one of the accredited schools.
You want me to
And I'm
post the link in the chat for them?
And-
So they can see for themselves?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I'm going to go back to it real quick so I can read. It's right here, that one sentence. It says, the Supreme Court of Texas has asked the public to weigh in on whether it should end its requirement that lawyers admitted into the state must graduate from an American Bar Association accredited law school. It didn't say they don't have to take the bar. It said to end the requirement that they must graduate from an American Bar Association accredited law school.
I'm curious. So one of the things I don't like with these articles sometimes is like they don't give the details as to like why certain things existed in the first place, right? Like why was it all of a sudden like a major requirement to require people to like go through official schooling, right, in order to even take the exam and get accredited? Like why did that become like a thing?
Probably when the idea that college could be heavily monetized became an idea.
I mean, sure, but
It's probably another lobbyist venture. You mean, what did they use to justify the push to monetize education?
I mean, sure, but I'm just saying, like, I'm sure they have an official reason, right? Like, whatever that motivates the reason is another thing. But the Bar Association should have an actual reason as to like why that requirement like became a thing in the first place. Now, sure, you know, the reasons why the administration is threatening the Bar Association and Florida and Texas is planning on doing whatever they want to do, right? It has to do with bullshit nonsense, but I'm curious as to like what was the official reason behind the schooling. Because I do understand like for some trades, it's probably best to get official schooling because there's just certain things like you just have to know.
Do you honestly want to know why that law was put in place for real? Like for real, for real?
Okay.
Here is their reasoning. Lawyers are required to graduate from an ABA accredited law school, not in all states, by the way, in most states, because it, quote unquote, ensures a certain standard of legal education and prepares students for the bar exam, which is a prerequisite for practicing law. Okay, but if you can pass the bar without it, then you didn't need their help prepping. It doesn't seem like a reason to force you into debt for an accredited law school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
I mean,
the bar exam sets that standard, does it not?
yeah, they set the standard, you know, and if someone can prep by themselves, then you know, shit.
This is like them forcing you to go to a tutor before you even go to the math class you're supposed to go to, right? It's not saying you can pay for this tutor if you're struggling. It's saying we're going to force you to pay for this tutor so we can prepare you for that thing you have to do. And I don't agree with that. Now, like I said, if it's surgery, if it's something like that where you like it's literally risking somebody, you know, then sure, yeah, absolutely. When it starts getting physical, please get some training. But yeah, if you set the standard, and the standard is the bar exam, and that's been the standard for decades and decades and decades and decades, and now all of a sudden you want them to go to accredited schools just because you think it preps them for the standard you set, I don't agree with that.
I'm curious, like if if the American Bar Association, if they decide that they're just, and it looks like they're not gonna do anything that the Trump administration wants them to do. Like if the ABA gets, I guess, discredited by the federal government, like how is it, like how
I don't
are
think it
people
just. I
gonna
don't
get
see, but
certified?
I think people are looking at it all wrong. I don't think repealing that law discredits the ABA. First of all, let's be clear on what the ABA does. It sets the bar exam, it sets the ethical standards, it sets the test, right? That's what it does. The ABA though, is, like I said, it can't be the end all be all. For one, not every state has this requirement. Most of them do. Yes, not every state does. For two, it's not like the ABA has some national stronghold, right? That's why you have to pass a new bar exam for every state you practice in, right? Every state has a different bar exam. So I don't think by saying they don't have to go to the accredited school to take your bar exam means that they're in any way discrediting the ABA. The ABA is still setting the standard. They're still providing the bar exams. That is the standard for whether you're a lawyer or not. If anything, it's discrediting the authority of a law school. And again, I don't have a problem. I don't necessarily have a problem with that because I don't think education should be as expensive as it is. I think education should be as freely accessible as possible. And so that's one of the things where you're going to be hard pressed to find me supporting any sort of institution because I think we've gotten far, far away from that.
I'm sure I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm just referring to where it says here, the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bundy and other Republicans have said that standard is discriminatory. Bundy threatened to revoke the ABA status as a government-designated accreditor of U.S. law schools in her February 28th letter calling for...
Oh, that one. Well,
yeah.
I don't agree with that. You know.
I'm just saying, if the ABA says screw it, we're not gonna listen to you, and they like remove their...
Oh, but no. Here's the thing, though.
Like,
it won't matter. The ABA can remove their accreditation, but it's not going to matter. Is what are they going to do? What are they going to retaliate against? That they took away the law saying that they have to go to the accredited school, and suddenly the school's not accredited? Oh well, is it going to prevent them from taking the bar exam? No. And what can the ABA do about it? Not much. Because it's not a law in that state anymore. It's already not a law in every single state.
No, I know. No, I think you're missing my point. What I'm asking is, since because they are a government designated accreditor. Basically it's kind of like if you want to work at a power plant, right? You have to go through whatever testing and you get your license.
No, I heard your point. You're missing my point. My point is the importance of them being an accreditor. That is only important because of the law saying that a lawyer has to graduate from an accredited school. So if that law is gone, if the law that a graduate has to graduate from an accredited school or that a lawyer has to graduate from an accredited school is gone, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they pull away the accredited law school from that law program in that one college. A, the college has a bajillion other programs. B, if people can study to pass the bar exam and they don't have to go in debt doing it, they're probably not joining your program anyway. And C, it is not preventing anybody from taking the bar because that's no longer a prerequisite according to the law. So what did it do? It didn't do anything.
you're not addressing my question. What I'm saying is, no more bar association. So the bar association can no longer do what it currently does.
Oh, that's okay. See, people think that's a threat. I don't think that's the threat that people think it is. Now, if you could pass one bar exam and practice all over the United States, that would be a threat. That would be a real threat. However, you can't. You can't. Every state has their own bar exam because every state has their own like special little spin on things. And you think that the states don't have access to that? You think they don't have access to the bar exams? You think they have it sent in bajillion copies everywhere? You think they're not easily replaced on a state level? Because they are. They can retaliate, but at that point they're only hurting themselves, is my point.
So basically, realistically, there's no practical need for the ABA, basically.
No, there is. There is a need for a group that sets a standard in this practice and that is willing to take on these things and be like, yes, you are accredited, and not just accredited, but you are licensed, I should say, after the bar exam. You are licensed. We also need a group that says, yeah, we'll review these cases that say that this person that we licensed, is misbehaving or misusing this license or practicing with neglect or malpractice, right? That we should definitely have a board that reviews that. The problem is in the ABA assuming that only the ABA can do that, right? We need a group like that. But a group like that can be made and it doesn't have to be you. And I don't, once the law that says that a lawyer has to graduate from an accredited school is gone, their ability to accredit a school loses all leverage in that state. They have no leverage with it. And anything they try to do to retaliate is only going to make themselves smaller. That's what I'm saying.
So basically, what the government is going to do, for as far as I'm concerned, petty reason, is that they're going to disrupt a credit. Why do I keep fucking up that word? Accreditation system, right? That is streamlined, that has like a set code of ethics and all of that stuff.
No, see, this is where I disagree. I disagree with this wholeheartedly. I don't agree with the accrediting part. I agree that we should have a standard in the bar exam. I agree that we should have an institution that measures the results of those bar exams. And I agree that we should have an institution that holds people who are licensed accountable to the ethics of the job. I do not believe accreditation is anything useful. I don't. Not at all. Not at all. Your bar exam is the measurement. You don't need one underneath. That's just ridiculous in my opinion. That's just gatekeeping education.
When I say accreditation, I mean getting the license, not necessarily the process.
Okay, you mean licensing. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, I'm back with you then.
So basically, the idea is that the government wants to disrupt or get rid of a organization that does all of those things that you mentioned. And I'm pretty sure they probably do more. I don't know what else they do, obviously, right? Just because the organization doesn't line up with their ideological perspective.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Now,
I do agree with the first article you sent, though. I don't agree with getting rid of the ABA. But
Yeah, so
I do agree that
hold on,
that
just real quick. So what I'm saying is, like, go back to my original question, right? With that in mind, if they say, listen, the government says, hey, listen, bar association, we are no longer going to allow for you to operate, right? Because of X reason, right? Like, how do you think that would help? How do you think that would help things at the end of the day? Because it
no,
seems
but that's not what the article said though.
no, sure. I'm not discussing the article. I'm discussing this part of the article that um that basically threatens the ABA, right? Like the motivation that's causing all of these changes. Because it's not just um it's not just the state. The state is considering the changes, right? Be, but and the motivation is the administration and I guess other Republican, right?
But I guess that's a big leap for me because I don't think the proposed changes take. I'm not going to say it doesn't take anything away from the ABA because it would. It would take. It really would actually wouldn't take anything away from them specifically. I don't know why they would fight for it or throw themselves out on a limb for this. It's actually stupid for them to do so because it doesn't detract from what the ABA is overall, and what they do overall. And they didn't attack what I consider the benefits of ABA at all. They seemed to attack the one complaint I have against the ABA. And so I don't know. I just don't like. I get it. They want to go around and be like, we approve of this law school. We approve of this law school. And maybe if you're forcing people to go to law school, maybe you want to send them to a law school that's accredited. But I don't think that should be forced. I don't understand that leap there. And I don't think taking that off the books really detracts from what the ABA is really there for anyway. The ABA existed prior to this law existing, saying that lawyers had to go to an accredited school, right? The ABA started accrediting these law schools after that became a law, but it was never like this main function of the ABA. It was never in the job description of the ABA. It's just kind of an add-on because of the law. But I disagree with that law, and I don't think by removing that law and taking away that extra function we threw at them that we're detracting from what the ABA is or what it provides. Now, if it starts attacking what the ABA actually was established for, then I'm going to have issues. But I feel like people were like, they're attacking the ABA and all of these things are going to be terrible. But I just don't see that they were attacking the ABA.
Think
I mean, the Pam Bondi was, yeah, but I mean, in the legislation that they proposed, nothing attacks the actual job of the ABA. It doesn't say anything about bar exams. It doesn't say anything about the ethics boards or reviewing the malpractice and neglect cases. It doesn't say anything about that. It got mad at some judges at the end, but those are appointed by governors, so I'm not really sure what that had to do with the ABA either. It just seems like, oh, they're going after the ABA. They want to mess up everything legal. Be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. Which is weird because all they proposed was you don't have to go to an accredited law school to take the bar exam.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't know much about the legal system and the ins and outs of it to be able to like make an educated comment on whether or not schooling is required, you know, for that particular profession, right? I don't know the level of standards. the risks associated with stuff. Like I don't know any of those things. So,
I'll put it this way. In law school, despite what people think, law school is not somewhere you go to learn all the laws your state has and how to break them and all of that. This is not what happens in law school. A common thing that happened, first of all, you learn a lot of legal jargon and a lot of Latin words. I will tell you that. A lot of Latin words. Also, because laws change so much, what you tend to learn is legal concepts and how to use these legal concepts in both prosecuting and defending. And so a lot of what you'll see is they'll send you home with this little paragraph, and it'll just lay out a scenario. And then it'll say, is there a cause of action? If so, is there a defense? If there is a cause of action, is there a countersuit? If there's a countersuit, is there a counter defense? And you answer that. And I loved my law professors, and we would talk a lot. And he told me one time, he swore I was going to be a lawyer. I was one he was wrong about. I did not end up becoming a lawyer. I didn't even go to law school because I wanted to be a lawyer. I wanted to be a juvenile court judge. I volunteered for CASA and decided, nope, I cannot do that every day. And so I am also not a juvenile court judge. But anyway, he always told me, you're going to go to law school, and a lot of these people aren't. And I said, why do you say that? And he brought out a stack of papers. And here's the thing. My paper was in a stack with like 3 or 4 people, with 3 or 4 other people, and then there was a huge stack over here. And if you look at the huge stack, it was people who said things like, I would sue for this. This would be the counter defense. I would, or this would be the defense. The countersuit would be this, and this would be the counter defense, right? But then mine was in with a group of people who did this other thing where we said, you know what? I need more information. If it's this time of year and we're in this type of geography, I'm going to have to go this way with this defense and this way with this counter defense, right? But if it's not, if it's a different type of year or we're in a different kind of geography, I'm going to have to approach it differently. And then I think this other person has the upper hand. Or I have to break the situation down 2 ways, depending on whether or not they have an independent contractor, because that changes not only my suit, but who I'm suing, right? Things like that. And these are not things that you learn in the classroom, right? They don't sit there and tell you these things. They don't break the scenario down for you and say, this is what you sue for. This is what your defense is, because it's not like that. It's not like that at all. As a matter of fact, the biggest thing they teach you is how to shepherdize a case. And that you can learn in a law library, especially because we have LexisNexis and Westlaw now, and it can do everything for you digitally. But even at its hardest, what shepardizing a case meant was you went through your case, you picked out all your best possible arguments. Then you went and you looked at a case that was really similar to your case. And then you matched up key points and key arguments. And that little key, the reason it's called shepardizing and you're looking for keys is because there's this little key symbol in that law book. And that key symbol will give you numbers. These numbers will take you to a bunch of different cases that also have similar arguments. So you're going through all these cases trying to match up the best arguments with the best scenarios most similar to yours. The lawyer doesn't even do most of that work. Most of that work these days is done by paralegals. That's beside the point. Outside of that, though, it's really just a lot of discussion and refining your skills. And like I said, it's not like surgery. It's not like learning somebody's anatomy. It's not like learning diseases and drugs and the side effects of these things, right? It's actually closer to like philosophy with a tiny bit of psychology sprinkled in. And so I don't think that these things are things that you can't learn in a law firm, working for a law firm, you could, practically speaking, you could go from a legal secretary to a paralegal to a lawyer in knowledge and practice without ever setting foot into a school. I
I
just,
mean,
it's not, I don't think it's needed.
I think that's probably the case for a lot of professions.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
I think very few professions actually need a license, and I think most of those are probably medical or trade. I think a lot of trades, because electricians is a good one. My brother's a licensed journeyman, and there's a reason you have to take tests to be that, right? But even the bar association, you'd be taking a test. And maybe I wouldn't have a problem if they treated law school more like a trade school. But they don't. It's a very expensive, very competitive program. And then you take the bar exam, and you can go through the program and fail the bar exam, and you can go through the program and you can pass the bar exam. But I don't know why we do that. I mean, why would we not run it? If we think there absolutely has to be schooling before this test is taken, why would we not run it more like a trade school? I don't understand.
That's interesting. I mean, there's not a degree requirement for you to get into law school, is there?
No, but it's not like a degree requirement. It's more like it's like a performance thing, because you're competing with other people trying to get in, right? It's competitive in a different way.
I guess. But even that, I never.
It's like doctors, right? It's like people who go to pre-med, and then they're all fighting each other to get into med school, or to get into optometry school, or to get to skip the RN route and go straight to being a physician's assistant, right? Like, these are highly competitive programs, and it's not that you have set requirements. It's that you have to demonstrate your knowledge and your ability to learn, because they don't accept very many people, right? And that's what it can get, like, really expensive. It can get really crazy. And I just think that it shouldn't be. Should we have, like, requirements and standards and things like that? Sure. Does it need to be some accredited fancy school that'll put you in debt? No, not really. I think most jobs, I think 90% of jobs should be handled more like trade school at most, if not just an apprenticeship. If you want to give them some bar exam at the end, some test at the end, fine. But I don't see the need for much more than that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I agree for one that, schooling nowadays has become more so about the profits, right? Especially considering government loans, and a lot of people are, I guess, in situations where they can get loans. So the schools are going to eat that up, right? That's just basically free money for them. And so I'm not surprised about them taking advantage of that at the end of the day. But I think that, excuse me, I think that a lot of jobs really, it's just based on knowledge and and know-how. And I think it should be perfectly fine if someone has that know-how to basically just go and just take whatever examination requirements and get certified. I don't think it's that. I don't think it should be overly expensive either, or even that complicated. Like if you notice it, you notice it. But there are some things that require you, to actually like practice, especially if you're using equipment or you're dealing with dangerous shit.
Right.
Like,
I'm not saying
know,
you shouldn't. I'm not saying you should be able to just jump in, right? Like, but like I said earlier, what would be wrong with somebody jumping into a law firm as a legal secretary and then learning a little more and becoming a paralegal and then learning more and then passing the bar exam and becoming a lawyer? There's nothing wrong with that. Like, why do they have to graduate from your fancy little accredited school? It doesn't make sense to me.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can do a stream where there's a debate on it.
We could. I gave away my side.
Yeah, because I'm sure there that someone probably argued it in court, or there's some online debate about it.
Oh, I don't think it was ever argued in court. It was probably argued on the House floor. Because it seems like a state law. It's a state law, so it was probably argued on the House floor.
No. I'm just saying, like, just like people on YouTube debate shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, because again, I'm gonna have to just take your word at it, because I don't know a lick about all of these standards and requirements that you're held by as someone who is practicing law. So I
mean,
can't have a strong opinion on it. My opinion is just a general one, really.
you do have to pass an ethics course, but I mean, every law library has law ethics there, and there's different levels. From the paralegal to the lawyer to the judge. Like all the ethics levels are different, but you have to know all that to pass the bar anyway.
Yeah. I mean, the cool thing, so the other day I found this website that they have to do with, like, it's a tech website. They have to do with like cloud and stuff like that. And if you got like a base knowledge in programming, especially when it comes to the cloud, they they're looking to hire, right? But the cool thing was that they didn't have any degree requirements on their website. They just want people that knows the shit. And I was surprised. Now, these aren't shitty jobs, Pixie. These are six-figure jobs that you can do from home. With like a crap ton of benefits. So, if you know your shit, apply. Show us a portfolio, or whatever. They don't care about whether or not you've been to college or not. So I think it's like, I think that shit is really cool of them.
Yeah. I don't know. I think college is great. Don't get me wrong. I loved going. I think it's a great place to get knowledge and depending on what you're studying, obviously. And I think it's a great place to explore, especially if you're interested in a lot of things, or you just want to know about a lot of things. College is absolutely fantastic, but I don't think it is necessary for most careers, and I certainly think it should be far more accessible than it is.
Yeah, I agree with that, definitely. I think it's just a situation where it's profit over everything else, you know. Because like even for for what I want to do, right? I'm looking at um I'm doing more research, right? And there's a bunch of certification that's required to do it, right? And in order to get the certification, um, none of them said that you need any degrees, right? Um, but every single company, every single one of them, right? They're all requiring a bachelor's or even a master's degree. So it's
Yeah.
like, and it doesn't matter like whether it's in the US or like overseas, they all have those requirements. I'm like,
Right, but the
bro,
difference
can't I
between the
just learn
different
the shit and just go?
well, yeah, but here there's a big
You know?
difference. But there's a big difference between here and overseas though, right? Because when America requires you to have a master's degree, they are requiring a lot of time and b a lot of money. But in some other places it's not like that, right? Like your entire master's degree may cost you less than a semester of school in the US, right? Like it's a master's degree, but it's not quite the same concept. It's like it blew my mind when that guy from Spain was like, they were like, how much did you spend this semester? Or last semester when he had first moved here, because he was floored by the books. He was complaining about the book costs, and they were like, "How much did you spend last semester?" And he was like, $400. And they were like, "For your books?" And he was like, "No, for everything." And they were like, "What?" And he was like, "Yeah, for everything." And it floored this exchange student. And so he did a lot of research, and he made this like little post saying in this paper, he made this paper against the US health system. And he starts out talking about how like a bag of saline, the bag of saline solutions, how it costs like $3 to $4 to make, but the hospital charges you like $200 to $400. And he breaks down a lot of problems, all the way from how litigious America is, resulting in like a lot of like malpractice suits, which increased malpractice insurance, which increased like medical costs and things like that, all the way down to like just profit margins of drug companies and things like that. And he did all the math, and he said he could break his back in America, fly to Spain to get back surgery, live in Spain for a year, go running with the bulls, break his back again, get another back surgery, and come back to America for less than it would cost him to get a back surgery in Spain. Right? Now, the end result of that, right, is like it's less expensive, but it's not just medical school that's like medicine that's less expensive. Medical school is less expensive. It's all less expensive. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, in school in Jamaica, you got to pay for everything, and it's not cheap.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, the quality of education that you get is higher.
He was a really smart kid with a great education from Spain, and he I'm just saying his whole semester cost him $400, which floored me. His whole
Yeah,
semester.
thanks.
His whole semester cost him $400. Of course, it would probably cost more now because that was in the early 2000s.
I was talking to a personal friend of mine about like going back to school or whatever, and he was suggesting that I like if I do get into whichever school, right, um that even if they don't offer any scholarships, then I should take out a loan. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna get into hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt for that shit. There's other options, way cheaper options, and I'm
And
not
I
married.
hate dorm. I also hate dorm requirements. Like when freshmen have to live in dorms and things like that. Oh, that makes me so mad. I'm like, you guys just want to charge me for like a new car every semester.
It's crazy, man. I'm like, I'm not going into debt over all of that stuff. I mean, sure, I can learn a lot of stuff by myself. I mean, what I do now as a job, all of it is self-taught, right? But I do understand my limitations when it comes to certain things, and I value I value teachers, right? Because the teacher might have certain, have access to certain nuance and ideas that will make it easier for me to learn something, right? Uh, among other things. But I'm just saying, like, I value teachers a lot. A lot of Americans don't really, which I find to be strange, especially considering school is free for the most part. At least before you go to college, community college is pretty much free in almost every state that has some money, right? Even if it's not free, you get easy access to loan, right? Which you can pay off in, like, I don't know, until you die. So it's like I'm kind of looking at it from that perspective. I'm like, yo, these people do not be appreciating these teachers. I mean, not every teacher is going to be your cup of tea or whatever. But as a person, I wasn't even like that bad as a kid, but most kids are little shits. And to be able to put up with the bullshit and teach kids at the same time, especially teenagers, right? Like, that shit is hard work, man. Like, I don't know. I
It
don't
is.
mind
And our teachers
schooling.
underappreciate it, but some of it's their fault, but I won't get into it. Not the
Well,
individual
it's,
teacher's fault, the teachers' union's fault, I should say.
Oh yeah. So I'm gonna add that to the list of stuff that we can talk about, because the teachers union stuff, actually I remember watching a debate on that some time ago. I'm gonna see if I could find it again and maybe we could do a show on it.
I've seen several debates. I've seen several debates on it, and the hard thing about it is it really depends on where you're debating, because it's one of those things that it's almost a very local issue, because
Mhm.
I've seen in smaller places, I've seen the teachers union be really good for people, right? But it seems to me, and maybe it's just me, maybe it's something I imagine. I'm not going to say it's causation at all, but there seems to be a correlation to me that the more highly the more highly densely the more highly populated areas, right, with the bigger, like, overzealous teachers unions really kind of ruin it for everybody, right? Like, for example, teachers in rural Texas have a teachers union, right? They do. It benefits them slightly, not a lot, but a little bit. But they also don't have a lot of power. Texas is a high like a hire at will state. It's like a work at will state, so they don't have to have a reason to fire you, right? And if they fire you, they will fire you. You're done. But you start getting to like these densely populated areas in these densely populated cities, and suddenly you've got teachers with these like ironclad contracts for specific time frames. And so then you have people pissed off because now they're paying a salary for some guy to sit in what's called a quote unquote rubber room, which is an empty office building downtown somewhere, and sit and play on the computer and read magazines all day because you can't fire him because of his contract. Never mind he duct taped the kid to the chair. We got to pay him for the rest for the rest of the year. And then if it gets tied up in litigation, we've got to pay him till the case settles in what, 7 years, right? And then we have a fucking problem, right? Because what does your teachers union even do? It's certainly not doing anything for the students at that point. And why should I protect the teacher who duct taped the kid to the chair? Right? Now, that's not happening in this rural district over here, but everybody's getting the blame.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I don't know, school is so weird in the US. Like, so I looked at this. I remember looking at this video where they showed two schools with roughly the same budget, right? One school is in a urban area, right? And another school is in a suburban area, more moving a little bit closer to rural, right? And the kids in the rural area performed way better. The school is bigger, right? They have more facilities, right? And the teachers are paid like slightly less, right? And it's like the complete opposite in the urban school. The teachers are paid more. The kids perform worse. They don't have as much facility. They don't even have space for the kids to run around and do anything, right? Like, their grades are shit. They come out like with the lower levels of reading and ability to do math. And I'm like, this is not a money problem. This is a competence problem as far as I'm concerned.
Well, part of it is competence, and part of it is money. Because what you don't see on the other end of that is the cost of living and the cost of maintaining and the cost of building facilities in one area versus another area. But B, you're also not looking at the community support in one area versus another area, because you can account for the government money and you can account for the property taxes and you can account for that stuff. What you don't account for is fundraisers. And
So that's another interesting thing, because in those areas, well, okay, so in suburban areas, especially here in New York, right, you will find these private tutoring companies where people where these tutors will show up at these kids' home, and they'll tutor them and help them with homework and do all sorts of stuff.
but also what's the student to teacher ratio?
In urban schools, I
Mhm.
don't know. It's probably more, considering the population is gonna be more and more dense. But then again, there's more schools per square mile, right? I don't know.
Yeah, but the difference between a suburb and an urban area, right, is the reason you have to have that many schools. It's because in a more suburb area, you have a lot of single family homes and a few apartment buildings. And in an urban area, you have a few single family homes and a lot of apartment buildings. So even if you have more schools in that space, you have more people in that space, right? Like, I don't know how to, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, like if you walk down my street, you have to walk 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, if you walk that way, you have to walk 6 blocks. If you walk the other way, you have to go almost 2 miles before you hit an apartment complex. Everything is single family home with the front and backyards and an alley in between. Okay, like, so it's single family home, front and backyard, single family home, front and backyard, single family home, front and backyard. And then you turn the corner and there's a couple of houses and you turn the corner and it's that way all the way down. Now in between the two sets of backyards is an alleyway, right? There's lots of empty space everywhere. And so there's a lot fewer people.
Yeah. I don't know. It's something I think would make pretty good conversation. I think you know, I wonder how much the local or state economies affect that though. You know.
A lot because like I said, like even if I paid, for example, if you where you're at right now paid the exact same amount of property taxes as I paid where I'm at right now, my school is going to do way better than your school, hands down, no questions asked, because the cost of living here is so much less that my money is going to go so much further than your money. Even if we had the same amount of money to spend, my money is going to go so much further than your money. I'm going to be able to get more food for the kids. I'm going to be able to get a bigger space for the kids. With this, I'm going to be able to do more with the same amount of money you have, simply based on my location.
It's crazy. Like, so like if someone is making, let's say someone is making like a little bit over $25 an hour in Texas.
Oh, you're doing good.
Right.
Minimum wage is $7.25 still.
Jesus Christ.
But let me ask you this. If you were to buy a 4-bedroom house, a 2-car garage, a pretty good sized backyard, a pretty good sized front yard in a really, really decent, quiet neighborhood. And when I say decent, I mean there's a $1 million house a couple blocks down.
Yeah.
Really decent neighborhood. How much do you think you're paying for that house?
Here in New York?
Yeah, how much are you paying for that house?
In Southern New York, geez, it's probably like $1 million minimum.
Exactly. It's not even $500,000 here.
Yeah.
Not even. So my money would go further. Now, gas prices. My buses, I'm going to spend less money filling up my buses. I'm going to spend less money at the grocery store. I'm going to spend less money for a bigger building. I can have the same budget as you, but I'm going to be able to do more with it.
Yep. Because, man, listen, if housing was as affordable here, I would have probably owned a couple homes by now.
On the same side, though, we don't get paid as much here for that reason.
Yeah.
It's why I can move anywhere and keep my job. But if I leave the state or if I leave the country, I have to give my company specific notices. Because they have to be in compliance with like payroll, and they want to be like equivalent with my cost of living. So I mean, they'll never move me down, but they'll move me up if my cost of living is going to go up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so, yeah. And that's one of the reasons, is because, yeah, I guess I'm like
So-
paid proportionally to my.
I have been thinking, this complete subject change. I have been thinking of a way to fix the United States Postal Service. I haven't done kind of writing out my layout yet, but it's just I don't know why I do these things where like I'll think of something and like I'll see a problem and I'm like, how would I fix this? I don't know why my brain works like that, but my project. I'm not gonna go too crazy on it, but my project is
Everybody keeps leaving. We're boring everybody, Odin.
clearly,
Where's Serb?
clearly Tog probably just joined because he can't sleep and he wants me to put him to bed.
Bond
Or he can't sleep.
left. Then Midnight left. Then he came back. And then he left again.
Bond's shift was over, so I understand. How you doing, Tog?
Exhausted. I just got done playing like King Kong with my kids. I was taking up my toddlers, and I wasn't letting them like touch him, so I was pretending I was a big old ape because my son's like kept calling me an ape, so I'm like all acting like King Kong, and I'm taking the baby. I'm just like
Nice.
swatting them away and
That's
trying to run
so
away.
cute.
Ooh, speaking
But I'm
of cute,
exhausted.
That's adorable.
Pixie, I posted a link in chat. I call this mind bleaching. When I do a lot of thinking and my brain is corrupted, especially by negative energy, I do a nice cleansing with a nice video like that. I don't know if you can share it on your screen.
I'm not seeing which one.
Oh, it's in the inside chat.
Oh, I was looking in the wrong chat. Hold on. Wait, how do I get there again? Fuck's sake. You know I'm an idiot, right? Okay. Hold on. I gotta get over here. I gotta pause. No, exit. Exit. Okay. Damn it.
Or
Now
Pornhub
I lost.
chat.
Okay. What? No, I put it in full screen. I put it in full screen before I went to present it. And then I was like, now I can't get back to present it. Aha, there we go. Why is there no volume? What happened?
Oh, there's a little volume thing on the lower right-hand corner.
Okay, we shall try this again. That didn't help the volume.
Oh,
Why
hit
did it?
now.
There's still no volume, Odin.
Aw, well, it's eye and mind cleansing. Look at
It
them,
is
look at them.
cute. That is cute.
They're like flying cats.
They are kind of like flying cats. I kind of want an owl. I like owls and ravens and hummingbirds. I like animals, actually. I really like animals. I like opossums and raccoons and foxes and dogs and cats and all kinds of animals. They're all so cute.
That's part of the reason why I want to be in the new creation is because I want to pet a lion.
Crocodiles are terrifying, but they're really good mommies.
I think
I
they're
saw a video of a crocodile beating the shit up out of an alligator. I was like, damn, that boy is mean.
Saltwater
really,
crocodiles.
bro.
Saltwater crocodiles are terrifying. If I go to Australia, I will not get in the water. It's not happening. Fuck your saltwater crocodiles. Fuck your great white shark. Fuck all of it. No. Did you
For
know
the
great white shark?
crocodile- I didn't know this, but like crocodiles like can get up on all fours. like and just sprint towards you, while the alligator was just like lazily on its belly, not trying to go anywhere. It's like crocodiles get on all fours while alligators don't, and it looked very fucking menacing on all fours.
Saltwater crocodiles are horrifying. But did
Bob
you know
rocks?
that technically there's like scientifically there's no such thing as a great white shark?
Yeah, they're
You're
just
saying
white
sharks
sharks.
are all black?
No, they're just called white sharks.
I thought you were gonna say that all sharks are black, none of them is white.
Nope, they're just called white sharks. That's it.
That's racist. I'm sure there's a black shark out there.
So they tried to trace it back. And what shark was it that they thought was, they used to call it the lesser white shark? And because they called it the lesser white shark, they called the white shark the greater white shark. And then people started calling it the great white shark. But it's really just the white shark. And the lesser white shark is something else. It's not even a lesser white shark. What was it? Was it the fin shark? What was it?
I don't know. I do have an
Point is, there is no great white shark. Just so everybody knows.
I do have an idea though.
White tip.
The best way
It was the white tip shark. The white tip shark is the one they called the lesser white shark. Anyway, continue.
I think that the if we really want to save the whales, we should make all whales U.S. citizen, whale citizenship, because if they kill a whale, they're killing a U.S. citizen, and whales would now have rights. Just saying, an idea. It'll make people less hesitant to kill them. See, I got an amen in chat.
We're never going to stop killing them. Plastic alone will do it. And not to mention the radioactive waste that keeps leaking into the ocean.
I mean, sure. I mean,
Also,
our
hey,
government
Maud and
kills
Azo. You guys got here late and you missed Bond. Just saying. Should have been here earlier. We were cracking up. My dog chipped his tooth and I feel so bad.
I'm gonna change my name to Boring Bond.
Maud, I don't know if you want to be here tomorrow. I'm sorry.
What? Why? We're gonna be talking about
Because
condoms and
Maud,
the economy.
because Maud is a good Christian and she's going to see my title and be like, what the fuck is wrong with Pixie? That's why.
But she should definitely be here then. I
So,
don't think that's gonna make Maud clutch her pearls.
probably not.
Maud, do you even wear pearls?
It might make some people
She's like, I watch BS.
adjacent to her clutch her Now, Serb and Batman have come up with this show that I host, and I am happy to host. And Odin has named it Pixie Dust or Bullshit, which is great. But every episode, Serb gives like this random teaser about the next episode. And last time he gave his random teaser, he also gave me a title. And so the stream title is going to be Pixie Dust or Bullshit, and the subtitle is going to be Condom-Induced Abortions. And Serb will explain this. So there you go.
Yeah.
What do you mean people aren't going to look at that title and be like, what the fuck is wrong with Pixie? Who the hell thinks that's a Pixie title?
It just sounds like what's that called? I almost said contraband. That's not the right word. What's it called when you're trying to prevent yourself from having a kid? I forgot the word.
Contraceptive.
Yeah, contraceptive. That's the word.
Yeah, well, he did give us a hint, which I found interesting. And the hint is actually what's tripping me up. That one sentence is tripping me up because the thing is, I can almost see it, but there's this one piece that I have to be missing because it just doesn't quite make sense to me. I could even see it if it was flipped, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I'm going in blind. I went in blind last time too.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in blind this time around and see what he has to say. Or, I mean, first of all, we all know Serb is a troll, but there are certain things that he really does care about, even though he might, you know, word it funny and he'll talk about strange stuff. But nevertheless, he is actually pretty interested in certain
You know,
things.
I don't actually look at him as the troll. I really don't. I have a particular appreciation for Serb, actually, and I happen to have a great amount of respect for him. We have a few similarities, and one of those is when I came into the community, and doesn't matter. Not their name shall not be brought up here. Sorry. Anyway, it doesn't matter what he said. So I tried to warn people, like, if I'm in an argument or a debate, like, don't take me 100% seriously, right? Because I'm rarely ever going to be with the majority, ever. But on top of that, like, I play devil's advocate a lot. I may not even be arguing my own perspective, right? And Serb does that a lot. He doesn't tell anybody though. He just does it a lot. He'll go in and he'll just pick the opposite side and be like, "Let's go." Or he'll state something honest in a manner he knows people will make the wrong assumption of. And he lets them run with it. And he has fun with them running with it, which is always hilarious to watch. He's also a little bit magic somewhere because I see him walk into rooms and like stir up some shit. And then he leaves and everybody's pissed off at somebody else. And somehow this somebody else that they're pissed off at gets blamed for everything Serb said. And I've seen it happen over and over. And then Serb will just show back up and everybody's like, "Oh, hey, Serb." And I'm like,
That's
what is this?
kinda how I got to know Serb, because so that's what I used to go into certain like bigoted Christian rooms, and I'll like drop certain
I'm right here.
firebombs, and it'll like. Glad you're announcing it.
Right?
Right, and I'll like drop a bomb and it'll like start this massive argument, and I'll like sit back and eat my popcorn and like watch people lose their shit. One of my favorites was you know, Judas is Saved.
Okay, wait. He definitely had to have been a troll before I knew him.
No, Serb
Because
was definitely a troll. That's
okay, but I don't see him that way because I've had a lot of conversations with him. But I've been thinking about it, and I've seen the Satan videos, and I've heard all about Cannibal Fresh.
I was literally
And-
about ready to say them. Like he goes off of a cannibal account. You're calling him not a troll when he plays that.
I did see the very end of the Cannibal Fresh thing with Wild. I did see the end of that, which floored me because I was like, "That looks like an androgynous dude," and everybody was like, "That's a hot chick," and I'm like, "But that looks like an androgynous dude," and I was right. It's a picture of an androgynous dude. Anyway,
his Lucifer depictions is awesome. I wonder if I can find those streams again.
He has them. You should just ask him for them.
Yeah, I'm sure it's funny as hell.
I think he's played it before. It is so funny. Like, he really had some Christians believing he was Satan.
Yeah. It's so one of my favorite interactions with Serb was when I realized one day that he's like straight up like fucking with me, and I was like, wait a second, you're doing what I do. And he's like, yeah. It's like, okay, I see where you're at now. He enjoys these conversations very much. So he loves to learn. I mean, you have to
I
love to learn
I
too.
like to
And
learn. I like to learn, but I also like it's like sparring for me, right? You know, like people go spar in sports or they spar in the gym, right? Like it's like mental sparring for me. It's a type of fun.
yeah,
So
it's
I
kind of like
but I
like
think
yeah, it is
that
kind of
might be
like that.
yeah, but I think that might be why I have like a special appreciation for Serb. He's probably one of my favorite people on the internet. He's great.
But yeah, don't mistake it. Serb, the way how Serb will troll you is not typical, and that's what I
Oh no,
really
that
like
boy will
about
go
him.
build that boy will go build charts and theses and like 20-page manifestos and be like, bam, and I'm like, Jesus, Serb.
He puts a lot of effort in his shit. You gotta show respect, bro.
Yeah,
Mad respect for that.
he's so clever. Like he's very clever though.
Yeah. And I mean, like, if he, so one of my favorite things that he does is his way of moving the goalposts.
He does do that well. He does it in such a slick way. He's so slick about it.
You won't notice unless you're actually like really listening and paying attention to the conversation. And the weird thing is too is that like you
Because
know how
because it's a natural progression, right? Because it's
yeah,
not like most people are like, bam, this shift, and he's just like he just. I mean, his baby steps are so small that you're like half a mile down the road before you're like, wait a minute,
yeah,
like where am I right now? This
like
is
you'll
not.
even agree with him, right?
Yeah,
And you're like still being walked down this weird road of argumentation, and you're in agreement, and you won't even like notice. I mean, I don't,
I
you know,
appreciate that though. I think
I
it's
don't
great.
do stuff like that, but it is funny when he does it. And he's done it to me too before, where we agree, right? And like after a while, I catch myself, and I'm like, bro, why the fuck am I arguing with you about this shit? We agree. He's like, I don't know. You're the one who's arguing with me. I was like, okay, you win, bro.
To be fair, I do that to myself though. One time people witnessed it. I did it on stream. Now I find this horrifyingly embarrassing, but there's somebody who remembers it that thinks it's endearing and will not let me live it down. But I was literally on the stream and I made a statement, and then I tell people that I argue with myself in my head all the time, and like if I'm arguing with you, don't take it personally because I really do this to myself. And I happened to do it to myself out loud that day because as soon as the statement left my mouth, I immediately argued with myself. And then I was like, wait, but then if this, but then if this, then this, but then if this, then. And I literally spent like 5 minutes, went in an entire circle, and then was like, I guess that's the most solid position I can have right now. And then everybody was like, what the hell just happened?
Yep. I used to sit down and write out whole arguments, conversations, and stuff like that. And like so I used to do it that way and the formal way, right? And Serb actually helped me out with a teleological argument for life. And I think I wrote out like maybe around 6 pages, right, of like different ways of arguing it. And of course, right, I sent it to Serb, and I sent it to other smart people, right? And they gave me their opinion. And one of the cool things is that like he doesn't address things in a linear way. So So when he's arguing against it, right, and he's like making these points, I'm like, okay, I never considered it from this particular perspective. Because like a lot of the times when it comes to argumentation is that people think very linear, right? Like they don't think out of the box when it comes to their argumentation a lot of the time. I don't know if that's due to a lack of information or people are just rigid. Um, but it opened up my mind with like considering unknown variables or aspects of things or throwing a wrench in it. That's one of the most fun things you can do when you argue is when you throw a wrench in it. It's kind of like, if I'm arguing with an atheist and someone throws the omnis at me and I'm like, I don't think that, at least not in the way how you're expressing it, right? Like, okay, now they're going to have to do a reset. Now that they're doing a reset, now you have the opportunity to kind of shape or mold the way, shape and mold their perception, right, of whichever deity you're describing. So you basically took control of the whole damn conversation, right? Because as you're having a conversation, you're going to keep leading someone, kind of like in a court, right? Like where instead of asking leading questions, you're you're kind of giving statements.
You're leading the narrative.
Yeah, you're leading the narrative of the conversation. That was something that I'm not gonna lie, serve helped me master. Now, to be fair,
Hold that thought. Well, actually, don't hold that thought. Continue talking, and I will catch up in just a minute. My dog is whining, and I need to attend to him.
okay,
But you guys keep talking.
but to be fair though, like it does involve like some emotional manipulation because in order to make sure the person doesn't catch up to what you're doing, excuse me, right? Like you have to do certain things or say certain things to kind of trigger them, you know. So there's a whole lot to this type of like debate style. Um, but it's definitely something that I used to enjoy doing. I haven't really done it in a long time. Here. Talk, you're gay.
Super gay.
Have you seen the pricing for the Nintendo Switch, bro?
Yeah,
$500.
now that's pretty
Not
standard, if you ask me.
standard? Dude, my
Yeah.
fucking smartphone is more powerful than that garbage ass console. And what, $80 for one game for the download and $90 for the cartridge? Nintendo can kiss my black ass.
I don't
Again,
know. It's weird.
I don't play Nintendo games. I think it's retarded.
The only thing I really have Nintendo for is Legend of Zelda. That's really it.
Exactly. You pirate that shit, don't you?
No, I don't.
What?
I like the smug feel of superiority when I buy these items and I have it that people don't, and they're less fun. And I get to rub it in their grubby faces. I do intend to enjoy that. As a poor person, it's really all you get is your material wealth, so you might as well flaunt what you have.
Yeah, it's a good point. Some games I think, um, like I'll do it for like older games where they're just not available. Like if I want to play Pokemon Gold or Silver or whatever, I have no choice but you know, but to download a freaking emulator. You know,
Oh,
or if I want
emulators
to
are
play
the
Go
worst.
Kart, huh? But yeah, their pricing is insane, dude. I'm not paying $80 for no damn video game. $60, $60 is crazy enough. And I'm definitely not gonna spend $500 for a goddamn Nintendo Switch when I don't know, I can spend 400 and get a Steam Deck,
That's
which
what
gives
everyone
me
else is
access to
saying.
way
Yeah,
more
get a
games.
Steam Deck, and then you do that. But I don't even
Yeah.
play my Switch. I don't even fucking use it as like a portable gaming device. Like, who the fuck has time to do that when you're out and about? Like, if you have time to go to work and then take your fucking video game to play some games, you should be fired. Like, what the hell is wrong with you, you unproductive fucking... it's my break. 15 minutes of game time. You know, you pull that shit out when you're using the bathroom. Like, what the fuck? Your smoke break? You just whip it out, bust your little handheld. You just play your game. Like, who does this as an adult? I can't imagine it. Maybe on commutes, like if you take the bus or something, I can see it. But
Yeah, I
god damn,
do
I'm a
see.
stickler dick. Right? You pull your Wii U out when you're working. I'm like, you're fired. Get the fuck out of here.
I see people on the train who do that, and like people in cabs, they'll do that. Like if you're in a traffic jam, right, and you're in a cab, like, you know, either you're gonna be on your phone or you're gonna be playing video games. And I think playing video games is probably better than like scrolling on your phone, to be honest.
Oh, brain rot. So, well, I guess
Yeah.
interactive brain rot versus
Yeah.
watching brain rot, I guess. I
Yeah.
guess it all depends on the intake, right?
Because I don't know. Like I would much rather. You know what? I am gonna buy a handheld PC. I'm gonna treat myself this year to one of them. I don't know which one I'm gonna get, but I'm gonna treat myself to one of them. So whenever I'm on the road and like I'm like either waiting or whatever, I can just bust it out. If I'm at work by myself and I'm like working one of the machines or I'm rendering something and it's gonna take forever, I can just bust out my game and start playing.
Yeah.
Target's triggered. Target's like,
yeah.
you lazy shit.
The cameras, that's why we have cameras. No, you're supposed to sit there, bored as shit, making sure it's rendering.
Yeah, right? Shit.
How dare you not find ways to enjoy your job?
Dude, do you know it's so there have been times in the past, right, where like I'm like literally finished with work. When I say finished, I've done every single thing and more, right? And a manager would walk in and they'll see me just like chilling and they're like, did you have this to do? And I'm like, I'm done. Well, what about this? It's done. What about that? It's done. What about this? It's done. And they're like, then why are you here? I'm like, I'm just here chilling, bro.
God, no, that's even worse. I had a boss like that. Like, every day I get done early. Like, we were cleaning apartment complexes, the hallways and stuff. It was pretty basic routine. You just literally vacuum it, and that's all you had to do. Just go down like that flight of stairs like 16 times. It was the easiest, funnest job I had. And like I'd call him up like, "Yo, we're done like 2 hours early like every day. Do you really want us to just like is there anything else we could go do?" And he got so mad. He's like, "You mean you've been working for like the past week, being done with nothing to do for 2 hours?" Like, yeah. He's like, "Clock that shit out." He got so mad. He's like, "That's my dime." And I was like, "What?" Right? We're supposed to be there for 8 hours. I'm getting done earlier. He's like, clock that shit. I remember that. Not good.
Yeah,
What can I help
right.
you with today?
Hey, it's the Mr. Rogers guy.
Hello. Oh, I just saw an open panel and I thought I would join you for some fun. Are you all having fun tonight?
Trying to.
Just chilling.
Just
don't-
chilling?
I'm amused. I don't know that I would say I'm having. Like, it depends on what you mean by fun, I guess.
Oh, are you amused?
am.
What's amusing? What's so amusing, Pixie?
I like things.
Helping
I
out her
pulled down my
doggo.
window. There was a.
Yeah, I was letting my dog out. Do you hear him whining again?
Oh, was that your dog? I thought it was my neighbor's.
No, it was my dog.
Oh, well.
So my dog, he's a puppy. Well, he's not a puppy. He's about a year old. He can't decide what to do with himself right now. He's a little bit hyper, and he keeps bothering the old dog. And the old dog's like, I don't want to play right now. And then he comes in here. He can open the door from the other side, but he hasn't figured out how to nudge it open the other way when it's not closed. And so he'll come in here and he'll pace, and he'll sit by me for a little bit, and then he'll go whine. So I let him out. If he's really
Why
upset,
toddler.
if he's really upset, that's not his actual whine. His actual whine, he starts making like little monkey noises, and it's kind of adorable. Kind of like that.
A little too well.
He did like
You know-
almost
Sorry,
knock me.
that was my
He
dog,
did.
Sorry. Go ahead.
He did almost cause me to have an ice bath today, though. And I don't like to ice bathe before the summer.
You know what would be really cool? To be able to take your pet to work. Obviously, I
Yeah.
don't have pets, but
I've always wanted to do that with like my cat, companion cat, and take him everywhere, but never got around to it.
I mean, I guess my dogs do go to work with me every day because I work from home.
well, technically, I do have a pet.
Well,
His name is Timmy, and
almost.
he's a plant. So
Almost every day, because occasionally I have to go do meetings and all that stuff.
Did you say pet plant? I had one that lived for
Yeah.
15 years, and then it just up and died. I called him Cornelius. He was the best. I don't remember what he was. I just had him since like forever.
yeah, I just adopted.
Oh.
Those are my aloes, I guess. My aloes have survived a lot. They even survived the fire extinguisher incident, bless their little hearts.
Yeah,
I always cry when plants die.
yeah. Every time a tree dies, I want to give it a hug. Tree lives matter.
My PS4 also survived the fire extinguisher incident, which shocked the hell out of me.
You still
It was
have
never quite as
PS4?
quiet again, though. I do. It was never quite as quiet again, though.
Hmm.
I'm gonna have to
Probably
replace
needs a good cleaning.
Oh, I have. Oh, so the fire extinguisher incident, that was so long ago. Super Munchkin, she had to have been like 8, maybe? Anyway, she was like learning to cook and stuff. And she accidentally set like a little grease fire. And she called me at work. She called her dad at work. She was like panicking. I told her to get a wet towel and throw it over it, whatever. Anyway, she panicked and she grabbed a full-sized fire extinguisher and she emptied the whole thing, the entire thing in my house. And I came home and everything was covered. It just covered in white fucking powder, just everywhere.
That's funny.
And-
Overboard.
It took forever to clean the white. My furniture, even doors that were closed, it somehow got under the doors. Like it was everywhere. It took me forever to clean it up.
It was
And
snow.
that was the fire extinguisher incident that my PS4 and my aloes survived.
Did it look like it snowed indoors?
Yes, it was a mess everywhere. It was so bad.
Oh my gosh.
Todd, where were you to clean that up, bro? You wanna
And then
dance?
we teased her, and we shouldn't have teased her because it was karma. Because it was like 2 4th of Julys later. And I told my mom if she let us go out there and shoot fireworks, that I'd bring the fire extinguisher. And so I did. And like we were halfway out there, and I was like, "We have to turn around." And when Paul was like, "Why do we have to turn around?" And I was like, "Because we have to go get the fire extinguisher." I told my mom we'd bring it. He was like, "Do you really think it's necessary?" And I was like, "Yeah." So we're like joking with Super Munchkin, and I said something like, "Well, if we actually need it, she'll know how to use it. She's an expert now." And she was like, "Mom," like all upset. But we ended up needing it, so it was a good thing we turned around. That was also the time I realized I could tell smoke better than the fucking firefighters because my brother got one of those. When I get the big fireworks, I get the single shots because I don't like the multiple shots. They always scare me for some reason, and now I know why. My brother got one with like all these you just light it and it just shoots one after the other after the other. This thing like melted halfway through and turned on its side and started shooting fireworks everywhere. My mom's fence was on fire. Her fence post down by the road was on fire. The field next door was on fire. We were running everywhere. By the time the fire department finally got out there, they were like, they did a walk around. They were checking everything and they were like, yeah, I think you got everything out. I'm standing up on my mom's porch and I'm looking down by the road at this post. And I'm like, I think that's still smoking. And everybody was staring at it, and I'm staring at it, and I'm like, look, that's smoke. I swear that's smoke. And everybody's like, no, that's just dust from the road, from the car's headlights. The firefighter said we got everything. And I was like, okay, whatever you say, but I swear that's smoke. You know what it was? It was smoke. That thing slow burnt all night long and then fell the next morning, and they had to take water out there again. And I told you that the thing was smoking.
Oh, damn. Slow burner. I just imagine your house looked like it had so much of the white fire extinguisher stuff like snow. It must have looked like Chris Farley was in there trying to snort it up or something.
That's an old reference.
Yeah, well, I'm old. I'm an old person. I'm 88.
I doubt that.
Has someone
it
ever
is
actually
true.
sniffed the fire?
Well,
Extinguishing
just snow,
powder?
like snorting up just white
Snow.
powder.
Snow's, yeah.
I mean, I know that, but I'm just saying because people sniff
Oh,
sniff all sorts of shit. But I'm
I'm
saying,
sure
has
Ozzy
anyone
Osbourne's
tried?
probably sniffed it up. He sniffed up ants one time off the ground.
Seems
Ozzy
like
One way to
Osbourne.
get extra protein.
He thought it was drugs. He was already high. He was with Motley Crue.
Could you imagine if that did get you high, snorting a bunch of ants? That'd be cool as shit.
He also pissed on the deck of the pool. People saw him. They were like, "What is he doing?"
Yeah, some people just lose their shit, man. I will say though,
He pissed on the Alamo. Did you know that? They arrested him. They said you
That's
can't
crazy.
piss on the Alamo. He thought it was some old building or something.
Nah, Gio, you ain't that old.
No, he's not.
I've never pissed on the Alamo, but one time I took a tour as a tourist to the White House, and I pissed on the side of the White House.
I have never been to the White House.
It was the Yellow House after I was there.
There's never
Is
been a
that wall?
president. There's never been a president in the White House I wanted to meet either.
I wanted to
Jimmy
piss
Not
on
in
the
my
president.
lifetime.
I don't like the presidents. I don't like presidents. I wanted to piss on him, call him a peasant, a pissant.
But if they
I
like
don't vote. Well, do you vote?
Yes.
You voted?
Yep.
Who did you vote for?
I didn't vote red and I didn't vote blue.
you vote green,
I didn't vote. I voted yellow. My mom voted green.
You voted urine?
Surprised the hell out of me.
Who's the other party?
My mom voted red. And I swore she was gonna say she voted red. She surprised the hell out of me. She voted green. That is so not like my mom at all.
I like how people vote by color. They've color coded it. Red, green, yellow, blue.
My dad voted blue a lot.
Did you ever
My
vote
mom
purple?
voted red. Yes.
Because if you mix red and blue, it's purple. So if you mix who you vote for, you'll get royal purple.
Can I adopt? I wonder if it's legal in New York to adopt a wolf as a pet.
Probably a
Yeah.
hybrid.
It is. You could. There's people with wolf dogs that
I
are like
don't know,
80%
dog.
wolf. Well, you
My-
gotta
my,
get a little bit of dog in them, right?
Yeah, my mother-in-law had one. I think his name was Ranger. He was part timber wolf. Pretty sweet dog. Like for wolf dog, he was huge. And yeah, that was pretty cool. But the only thing I don't like about like animals like that is sometimes they become like accessories, and then like no one really gives a shit about the animal. It's just an accessory animal.
Yeah.
I hate like big
Yeah.
purchases like that because it's more or less for flash. But if you don't take care of the thing, then what the hell is it? You even have it for?
The other problem is sometimes they'll eat somebody's chihuahua or something, and then it's trouble because your dog ate someone else's pet or wolf dog.
A Ranger was the sweetest. Like he was scary looking, but he was sweet as hell.
Yeah, I don't know. I think some dog breeds should not exist. I think they suffer too much for far too long. You know,
Like the ugly dog breeds, or what dog breeds do you mean?
I mean, like if they're whichever breed that's causing them to be like pugs, for example, like half
Oh,
the time,
yeah.
like they can't even breathe. My bosses, they have one. And he's like full of energy, but it's like he runs for a little bit and he's like out of breath at one point. I straight up had to ask him like, dude, like, is your dog okay? Sounds like he's about to like pass out from a heart attack or whatever. They're like, no,
Oh,
that's
no.
how he sounds.
Oh,
I was like,
God
what?
damn. Heart attack.
Dude.
Oh, man. Oh.
Yeah.
Imagine if you said, "Is your dog okay, or are you people just retarded to breed a dog like this that can't even breathe?" I mean, it's just it's stupid. It's what it
Yeah.
is. It's-
Like,
If-
this might sound like screwed up. I don't even think people should own dogs in cities. I think dogs need to fucking run around and play and do active shit instead of like getting fat or getting sick by just like having a lot of cholesterol or whatever.
Hmm.
That's part of the reason why I don't have any animal pets. I will
So-
get pets eventually when I do.
What about a pet rabbit instead of a dog? Would you get a rabbit?
Hell no. I'll probably eat
No.
it.
Oh no, you'd eat the rabbit.
Yeah.
Do you think that we should euthanize really fat people that can't breathe? Because they're
No.
kind of like miserable, like the ones that have those oxygen tanks and they're rolling down the road on those 4-wheel scooters or 3-wheel scooters, shit like that. Should we just euthanize
but-
them? Like, because they're miserable, these people.
I mean, I don't think so. They're right to.
Well, they can't
live
breathe. I
misery
mean,
or not.
they got the oxygen thing on, like the oxygen tank and those little tubes that go up their nose and shit. Like, shouldn't we just euthanize those fatties that can't breathe just to?
I mean, it's up to them. They have. I'll respect their right to not be alive. As long as
But should
cover
they
their
exist
bases.
though? Like they can't really breathe and walk. I don't know. It's just like you go to Walmart and you can't get on the fucking aisle.
Bro,
you can't
bro,
get past
bro.
them. They're so wide.
Let me hit you with some revelation. You see, I have superior knowledge, and that superior knowledge is the fatties always die on themselves because they're fat. They always just die, so you don't
We
have
don't
to
have
worry
to-
about them.
We don't have to.
They take care of
euthanize them.
themselves. Yes, they euthanize themselves. It's
They
own
have an expiration
solution.
date.
Yeah.
Well, some of them last longer than a carton of milk, though. Like it's just like I just want to speed up the process a bit because you can't get around them in the supermarket to get down the aisle. They're so wide, like they can't. They get stuck in the doors on the way out. These fatties on scooters.
Maybe that's just
Oh,
a
man.
lifting problem. You got to get more gains then.
Yeah.
I can live.
Got to get your
but
gains, bro. Got to get your gains.
But don't
Gotta
like
show 'em
don't
what's
you
what.
have to technically be like really strong in order to like move around with that much weight?
The way I see it, if a fireman could do it, we could do it.
They just roll around though. They really don't lift their own weight. They kind of just put it on anything else, you know. Some of these, I'm talking about the 6, 7, 800 pounders. They're so massive. Like if they die in their bed, they've got to get like a crane, take the wall out or something, and just they can't fit through the door. I don't know. It's just I would just euthanize the fuckers, to be honest. I don't like the ones that are that fat and smelly and they can't breathe. They're just
Hey,
they're
Pixie,
useless
share my
eaters.
screen.
They're eating everything up.
Can you share my screen,
Yeah.
Pixie?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I might end this soon because it has been snowing all fucking day, and I just lost internet signal. That's why I disappeared.
Oh no.
I mean, well, I guess I don't have to because I turned my hotspot on, but it just is troublesome.
I love that image. That's funny.
They were wolves. The dog's face. What the? Oh shit! I don't
Dude,
think
we
I've
did-
seen that before.
We
Oh,
did dogs dirty, man.
oh,
Poor guy.
yeah. Why did they breed them into whatever that little dog is? That dog looks sad.
They're super aggressive too. I never understood why they were like super aggressive like that.
Imagine everything.
I shared
being
an
bigger
image
than you.
backstage because it was what we were talking about. These. Do you think they should be euthanized?
What do I think? What should be euthanized?
The big like women that are this fat or men, not just women, but and trans people that are
No.
like the woman from What's Eating Gilbert Grape. That's where that's from. The movie.
Yeah. No. I
That was
don't
his
think
mom.
that.
I like the movie, but
That is
I
a good
didn't-
movie, yeah.
remember Johnny. I think it was Johnny Depp that had to go under the floorboards and reinforce them with posts and shit because the floor. It was like she was gonna cave in the house, like go right through the floor. She was so big. I don't know if you remember that part, but I remember he had to reinforce the floor with like posts in the basement and shit. It was just, it was ridiculous. It was just like, God damn, what if she went in a bathtub? Imagine if she just crashed through with it all the way with the bathtub and it went through the floor. I've always been worried about that, like some fat person just caving in the house.
Could you
or caving in
imagine
the
if you lived in an apartment building
Oh,
and the neighbor above you, and you hear every step they take? You're just like wondering, oh. You guys share the same bedroom, same floor plan, right? He's always up there above you, just waiting like an angel.
I'd be like, when are they going to come through the floor? Like, when is the day where they're going to take a step or there's going to sit down like What's Eating Gilbert Grape Mama and just cave in the place? Like an earthquake. I don't know. I just, I don't know why, but I just think it'd be better off. The world would be better off if we just euthanized them.
I'm sure
Look at how much food we'd
there's a
save.
lot of
What if-
people who think
we
a
could
lot of
feed the
people should
poor.
be euthanized.
Right? Well, couldn't we feed the poor? Because like one fatty like her would eat what 10 or 12 people would eat.
Well, in this
Pretty
day and
much.
age, poor people usually don't go starving. I mean, there's plenty of food to go around, even with shelter. And all that.
Super
think
Much
it's
Kid's
really
coming
hard.
home in like a week.
That's
Oh,
very cool.
It is very
that's
cool.
good.
Bro, when is she gonna hang out with us?
Yeah, I've never seen her.
Probably never.
Aw.
Oh, never. Is she single?
No.
Hmm. She has a boyfriend or
Might be,
a girlfriend?
She is a boyfriend.
Oh, okay. Is he a lot taller than she is? Because she's super tiny.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's weird.
Has-
Someone I grew up with in the same they went to the same place that me and my daughter went for her birthday, the medieval times, and they just made a post about it like not 2 days ago. I'm like, ain't that fucking fucked up? Like we were just there. I'm like, I wonder if we were in the same venue. 'Cause those only go at night.
Do they
like,
serve
that's
chicken
crazy.
there?
They do. You eat it with your bare hands. It's fucking awesome.
Oh, yeah. I was there
I
one
love it.
time.
It's the
But
best.
I had to change out of my swim trunks. Like I went to the beach. It was in California, and I took my clothes off in the parking lot and changed into my clothes. Like, and everybody in the line saw me, and my ex-girlfriend was like, everybody could see your bare ass. And I was just like, fuck them. I mooned like about 400 people in the parking lot.
Yeah, I always changed my clothes inside the car.
Well, I'm too big. I'm a giant, so I just look small in my avatar here. I'm actually very large. I'm a Viking sized. I just
Wait,
look
are you
smaller in
like-
this picture.
You're not one of them self-hating fatties talking about euthanasia, are you? That would
No,
be
no.
sad, but poetic.
No, I'm not fat. I'm just a giant. I'm tall and big. I'm big boned and muscular and heavy. So, but no, I'm not a fatty. But have you ever had roast?
I'm not
Has
fat,
anyone here
I'm
ever
fluffy.
eaten roast pig? Roast pig is very good. But it looks like a fat person when they're roasting on a spit. I don't know if you've ever seen what I'm talking about, but they roast the whole pig on this spit, and it goes around like on a rotisserie type thing. A whole pig. They just put the whole pig on there. They roast it. Oh, it's so
Glaze
good.
a little bit of honey on it as it roasts.
No, it's really good. You don't have to be a fat person to have mouthgasms over it. It's delicious.
I don't know. It's actually making me kind of nauseous.
Oh, what do you like to eat, Pixie? Are you a vegan?
No.
Okay. You eat meat?
Yep.
Do you eat eggs and cheese?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, Wild Heart's here. Hey, Wild Heart.
Wild! Hey, Wild! You should totally join.
I didn't even know if that guy was still alive. I haven't seen him in so long.
Don't start your shit. I will kick you.
No, I'm not starting shit. I was worried about him. I like him. He's a friend of mine.
I think that is a fucking lie, but I will let it go for now because you're attempting to be cordial.
I am. I'm making a Herculean effort to be cordial and friendly tonight. Hey, Wild Heart. I do miss you. I hope you're doing well. I didn't enjoy seeing him breaking down and all that stuff that went on.
Hey, Wild.
Hello, good to see you.
Hello, Wild Heart.
Sorry,
like
I
your
just
shirt.
woke up. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Where have you been? How have you been doing?
Yeah, I've been doing. I've been doing streams on my channel. Are you not? Oh, it's a new channel. Yeah, I've got a new channel.
Oh, is that what happened? I haven't seen any
Yeah.
posts. Okay, you got another channel.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've been banned, not banned from going live. The channels are still there, but I've been banned from going live for 3 months because of all the karaoke. But anyway, carry on. Like I said, I've just woke up, so I'm a bit groggy.
wait, for
What time is it
karaoke,
there?
not for the other stuff?
Don't forget your meds.
Good point. I shall take care
Oh,
of
he's
that.
on meds?
I'm on a
Are
lot
you
of
talking to me?
Yeah, no, I'm talking to him for his blood clot. He knows what I'm talking about. Go,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
go
I'll be
take
right
it.
back.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know he had a blood clot. What's going on, Tim?
I'm not a loudspeaker.
Okay.
I was gonna make a whispering joke, but I just realized what you meant by that. Oops.
I
You
used to
can
say that all
whisper
the
if you
time.
want to.
I used to say to the grave, and people would be like, "What?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm not a loudspeaker. If they wanted
When he
one,
comes
they
back
would have found
and
one."
when he comes back, I'm gonna say, "Hey, Wildheart, what's going on with you? Tell me what's going on."
Sorry, I was watching a video of some uncontacted tribe in Peru.
Hmm.
Interesting stuff.
Oh, really? Did you see that video on YouTube? There was a tribe of these guys in Africa, and they gave them like bottles of, I think it was cold bottles of Coca-Cola, but it was like plastic bottles, and they didn't know how to open the cap, so they were biting into them, and it
Yeah,
was
I saw that
spraying out like
video.
they were shaking up, and yeah, it was like spraying out, and they were passing the bottle around, and they were biting it. They didn't, they didn't know
I
that
saw a video of
undo
a
the cap and
dude.
drink it.
He drank soda for the first time, and it almost gave him a seizure. It looked like it was crazy.
It almost
It
gave him a
is crazy,
seizure.
right?
Oh, I love those videos where it's like these what would you call them?
First contacts.
First contacts. I almost called them savages, or I don't know. Just well, they're primitive people that haven't seen Western,
I
like
would
things like
love
Coca-Cola.
to like pass on notes to them and just like give them shit that says like you're gay. Just
You're
like you're right. The first thing you say to them is like you're gay. See what they do. If they want to kill you or some shit.
What
I'd
if you
be
just
dead as
like
an
handed them a
explorer.
laptop or a smartphone or something though? Like you didn't tell them what it was or how to turn it on, and just film them playing with it, try like seeing what they do if they manage to turn it on and how they'd react to the screen lighting up. And wouldn't that be kind of cool just to see
Yeah.
how they react to
I
technology
think
and
like
shit?
you'd be a fucking god or some shit. Show them a picture of them, this little magic box.
And then yell at
See
them and
them
be
like-
like, "You broke it! You broke it!" You fucking and all they're doing is trying to figure out how to work it, and you start scolding them like, "You fucking broke it! You broke my laptop, son of a bitch!" I don't know.
Those poor
That would be
fuckers.
crazy.
Haze them into existence. Like, welcome to the real world, motherfucker.
Welcome to modern age, you motherfucker.
All right.
Did you take
Hey,
the pink pill, Wild?
I took the pink pill and the other 6
How did
pills.
you get a blood clot? What's going on with you lately? What happened?
Oh, I don't want to make it about me. Carry on about the
Oh,
Indian.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, we've all been worried about you.
I know. I appreciate that.
We held a prayer chain on my channel for Wild Heart.
Yeah, yeah, that obviously works. So.
We've been trying to.
Wild, you're facetious sometimes.
We're trying to help out the atheists. You're the only atheist I know, so
It depends on how you define atheist.
he's not a deist. He's not a believer in a higher power God. So I guess he's
Neither
an
am
And then
I.
he saw her face. Now
I have
he's
not-
a
No,
believer.
I'm a believer.
I've never been convinced of any gods.
You never got convinced of me, Pixie?
I don't believe in any gods, and I don't believe you could be one.
Pixie, you don't mean that, do you?
I do mean that.
Oh my goodness. What am I going to do with you, Pixie?
Not a damned thing. It's been working so far.
Not a damn thing. You almost sound like you have a crush on me or something. Take it easy, Wildheart. We don't want you to die on the stream. You're on the road to recovery. You're getting better. Cough up that phlegm that you have.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It is pretty funny though when I'm over here. I agree with Wildheart. I can't disagree. I am hilarious.
Well, it's
and
good
handsome.
to see you amused anyway.
Good to see what?
It's good to see him amused.
Oh yes, it is. It is. He likes to laugh. I know that about him. I know that part about Wildheart. He loves to laugh, and he loves his mom, and his mom loves me, and
She loves me more, so that's okay.
Yeah. And Stephen, I don't think you love my mum. You love my mum's rear end, if you know what I mean.
your mom's bum.
Yeah.
Mom's bum.
He always mentions
She's got
my
a
mum.
mom's bum. She's got a big bum.
Yeah. And that's
Does he play that one country, that honky tonk, bad donkey dong? You guys remember that song?
No.
Woo wee, shook my mom.
Hey, Wildheart,
Oh, how the
You
song
know,
goes. Something like
I
that.
want to bestow upon you a life goal. You should go to the land where it all originated. The land where karaoke started.
Australia? Was it?
Japan, no one
Yeah.
knows.
Oh,
that?
Japan.
right? Yeah.
Japan.
Yeah.
Japan.
Go there and do
Yeah.
karaoke, my friend.
Oh.
Put it on your bucket list. Let
Yeah,
it
can you
happen.
imagine if he did it like
think
live
it
from a
was-
karaoke bar? That'd be cool.
Said they'll
as
kick
shit.
you out? Nuh-uh.
You like sushi? Do you eat fish? Do you eat sushi?
I do like sushi, actually, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, me too.
I don't know, Wildheart. Make that a life goal, bro.
Do you like sushi, Pixie? Storms?
Sushi's okay. I don't care for sashimi.
Oh, we had this discussion, yeah. They taught me about, the difference between sushi and sushi.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know the difference. Has anyone gone down on you, Pixie, like your sushi?
That is a really weird, intrusive question.
No, it's just making small talk.
Small talk.
He's talking about his penis there.
Yeah.
No, that's large talk. That's large and thick, heavy talk. I don't want to get into that heavy talk here. But
That deep penetrating thought that, percolates the mind and tickles the fancies.
Percolate. Anyway.
See, this is what happens when you have a weird collection of testosterone in one room.
no hookers for a while, eh, Wildheart?
No, it's not just that. King Stephen does not like me, and he likes to troll me, and I'm actually impressed.
No.
He hasn't melted down and cursed at me yet.
I
He's a
never
Tim.
said that I dislike you. I'm here to be friendly, and like Mighty Mouse, I came here to save the show. Came to save the day.
Mighty
I'm here to
Mouse.
save the day.
I love Mighty Mouse.
Yeah, I left him too. Mighty Mouse.
And yeah, King Stephen is much the same with me. A massive, massive, massive troll with a
No.
tiny, tiny, tiny penis.
No. Wild Heart. You don't mean that.
Not my fault.
You don't mean that.
Actually, I actually do mean that.
Oh. That's not nice. Say you're sorry.
I'm sorry.
He says sorry like he's from like Minnesota or Canada.
I am from Minnesota. How did you know that?
It just, the way you said sorry sounded like you were from that region.
I'm
Oh,
from
fucking
Minnesota.
Charles.
Minnesota.
It's
Minnesota.
Charles Schultz.
Sammy,
Do you say
That's-
cola or soda? Or pop?
Hey, Sammy.
Soda?
I say soda.
pop?
I say soda.
Oh. What about Wild Heart? Do they even have that in the UK?
yeah, we call it pop.
Oh, you call it pop. Okay.
Yeah,
Hmm.
pop.
What the heck is that? I've never seen that before. What flavor is that? What brand is that?
Is Pro Hydrate Park Run citrus blend flavor.
You sure that's pop? That looks like some kind of Japanese concoction.
No,
Or
pretty sure it's-
Russian. Maybe it's from Russia.
Maybe.
Did you get that shipped from
No.
Chernobyl or is it from
No, no.
Ukraine? What is that stuff?
Glowing green.
Is that going to make your dick fall off if you drink it? I mean, what is that stuff? Yeah. You shouldn't be smoking, dude. You're in rough shape. You should quit smoking for health
should.
reasons.
I should
Yeah.
Please.
Sound like you got tuberculosis or something. That cough.
No, I just woke up. All smokers cough a lot in the morning.
Oh, it's morning there. Oh,
Yeah, half
What
6.
time is it?
you just
6
woke up.
28. Yeah.
Oh,
Do you like what's the typical breakfast looks like there? Do you guys do pancakes or cereal? What do you guys normally do?
what's
I
the
mean-
full English? What's the full English breakfast?
A full English breakfast is bacon, sausages, tomatoes, eggs, either scrambled or fried, beans, baked beans. I think that's it.
Beans and for breakfast?
Yeah, baked beans.
Oh, we'd
Yeah.
never have beans here for. I've never seen that
Yeah,
at a restaurant. Beans for breakfast,
not just beans. I'm
What
just
do
saying
you
it's
guys
part
drink
of
with it though? Do you
but they're
drink hot-
baked beans.
tea, obviously. A nice cup
Oh,
of
Yeah,
tea.
but like, is it iced
Yeah.
tea or hot tea?
hot tea, the only good kind of tea. Don't walk bonds on me.
What about iced tea? You guys don't drink iced tea?
Hey, I can pull up a clip from Vaughn's channel.
Atheist said King would like soda here. We call it soft drink. Soft drink.
Oh yeah.
Well, I can't have beans for breakfast, man. I'd just be like,
Don't Americans call all soda cola, or is that Australians?
we call
No,
it soda
so
in Minnesota.
here it's regional. Some people say soda. Some people say pop. In the South, they'll say Coke a lot for everything. Like they'll want a Dr. Pepper, but they'll ask you to go get them a Coke, and then you have to ask
Yeah,
what kind.
they'll ask for a Coke and it's a Sprite and it's like, or Mountain Dew. And I'm like, it doesn't even look like a Coke. It's not the
Yeah.
same color. I
Yeah,
don't know how
but-
they call it a Coke.
But if they call all pop Coke, when you go into a shop and ask for a Coke, how do they know which pop?
So when you go into the shop, you just pick out whatever you want, like specifically. But like if you're talking to your friends and stuff, you'd be like, "Hey, do you want to go get a Coke?" And then you might go order a Dr. Pepper, or
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the gas station to grab some Cokes. What kind do you want? Right? Like it, but it's not that way everywhere in the US. It's like a regional thing.
It's weird because you'll say like, "What kind do you want?" and they'll be like Mountain Dew, and it's not. To me, Mountain Dew isn't Coke. Mountain Dew's another flavor of soda. We call them sodies here. We call them sodies.
And Sammy, yeah, hash browns as well. That's
Oh, you guys have hash browns. I
Yeah.
didn't know they had those in the
Yeah.
UK.
Do you have American hash browns or do you have the papas version?
They're like, I think it's potato, like fried. I'm not sure.
Right, but is it like small, like almost cubed pieces, or is it shredded?
Yeah, it's like square.
So more like
Oh, it's a
papas.
solid piece.
Yeah.
It's one piece. Is it one block? Like one kind of
Yeah, but-
block?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, but is the potato shredded before it's put in that block?
I think so. Yeah.
So that's more hash browns.
Yeah.
I like the hash browns that are kind of like the little square pieces instead of the
Papas.
shredded.
You
The
like
what?
papas. Papas.
Oh, I never heard of that.
I
think
don't know.
I'd have a stroke
Here-
if I tried to pronounce that. What is it? Papas?
No, papas. Like PAPAS. Papas.
Papas.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard that term before. I just call them hash browns.
If they're
Do they have,
shredded, I
like,
call them hash browns. If they're cubed, they were always called papas.
Well, they have blood sausage there too. That's this weird blood
Gross.
black pudding or something, I think.
Gross.
Black pudding. I have some black
Black-
pudding there. It's delicious. So-
And it's not really pudding. It's misleading because it's not pudding. You'd think it's like chocolate pudding or something, but it's actually like blood sausage or something.
Bernhard,
I think.
hello.
Hello. Oh, Iron Man. Midnight.
Yes,
I'm-
it is I.
Midnight, why you ain't sleeping yet?
Why aren't you?
I am Iron
Because I'm
Man.
Batman.
Well, then
Oh,
I'm
right.
Iron Man. There you go.
Hell no, Iron Man.
Ner, 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 ner.
Can he see or is he blind?
We can do karaoke.
Sorry, that was unintentional.
Oh.
Geo and Bond are awesome.
Yep, pretty much.
Why
They
are they
keep
awesome
making-
this time?
Oh, because they keep making me images, and I asked Geo to sign the ones that he made for me. You know, kind of like Bond did, and then he said that I could steal his image to sign them too. So that made me happy.
Yeah,
But they are
Bond-
awesome. They're awesome because they make stuff for me, and I don't ask them to, and it's really really sweet of them.
yeah,
And
I like that. That is sweet.
I'm glad that they are signing them. I think it's great that they put like their own version of a signature in the picture.
Yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah.
I got tired of looking at the Gilbert Grape lady that I uploaded earlier. It was still on my screen. I was like, I don't want to see that anymore. Well, sometimes they're nice to me. They give me free stuff at Taco Bell.
I haven't
Well,
been to
Taco
Taco
Bell.
Bell in so many years.
But I walk in there looking like Wildheart. Like I look hungover and stuff. I almost look like I'm homeless. And they'll just give me tacos and burritos and just like I'm hungover, and they'll be like, yeah, this poor bastard. He probably needs a burrito or something.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Yeah.
I don't generally eat breakfast.
Well, there's a lot of beans in it, and I don't eat it for breakfast. I don't know how the Brits eat all these beans for breakfast without farting all day long. I mean, you just be if you had beans, how do they have beans and eggs and this what is it? Black pudding. Keep wanting to call it blood pudding, but it
That's so
it
gross.
looks
I
like
don't want to talk about that anymore. You know what I
Oh,
have
I'm
for
sorry.
breakfast? I have
What did you
a
have?
I have a cappuccino or a latte. That's what I have for breakfast.
That's
Oh,
good. Yeah.
is it hot or cold?
Hot.
Hot. Okay.
And Sammy says we call them potato gems, hash browns. That's cool. I like that. Potato gem.
I love hash
But I
browns.
always
love
thought in
tater
Britain you
tots,
got
I
these
love
chips.
them. Yes.
You don't have French fries, right?
Yeah, we do.
You
What
have
are you talking about?
you have chips in
Oh, you mean
England.
Britain. Yeah, England.
We have both.
You have
Yeah.
both.
Yeah, French fries are like the really thin ones, and we
Yeah,
have
like the McDonald's.
like wedges.
Do you have a McDonald's there or something?
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
did they get a McDonald's in the UK? Because I remember when they got one in Russia. They opened one in Moscow and people were fucking lined up around the block. It was ridiculous.
Isn't McDonald's? Isn't it from Scotland? So we had
No.
probably before you did.
No, it's from California.
No, McDonald's. It must be from Scotland. I'm not saying the restaurant must be
No,
from
the
Scotland.
the first restaurant was in California.
The family must be from Scotland. 'Cause it's
No,
Mc-
they're not. They changed their name to that. It was two Jewish guys that started McDonald's. They changed their name. They changed their name to that because their name was not as appealing. Like nobody wants to eat at a like Zeitberg or something like that. That's a bad name for. Well, you don't want to get a hamburger that's called a something Berg, right?
Yeah. A Mc. Oh no, it won't be Mc. Would it? A Berg Swash.
McJewberg or something. Like it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Big Mac sounds better than Big Jew or Big Steinberg or something. Like, you know what I mean? It's got more of a appealing ring to it where it's more appetizing. Jewish food, like Jewish names, it doesn't make you want to eat.
Jew.
Why
Yeah,
are we talking about this?
I-
All right,
I don't know. Like
I was wondering.
Walmart got us started saying it was Scottish. I don't think they even had a McDonald's in Scotland until like last year, maybe or something.
Yeah,
Probably.
you're wrong. You're wrong. That's right. Sorry, Pixie. Sorry, kick me if I get too annoying.
You don't eat that stuff though. Do you eat bad food, Wildheart? Do you eat healthy or do you eat like McDonald's or something?
I eat badly, but I don't eat McDonald's. I don't eat fast food regularly, but it's not good food. It's like microwave meals and stuff like that.
Oh, you just put stuff in the microwave?
Yeah.
But would you feed McDonald's to a turtle if you saw a turtle out in the street? Would you even say, "Oh no, I'm not feeding the turtle this"?
If I saw a turtle out on the street.
Well, I saw a turtle the other day. I didn't feed it McDonald's. That's fucking crazy. I don't know these idiots out here trying to feed French fries to turtles. It's they look like crackhead retards or something. You know what I mean?
Pixie, do you want to take over?
Hello, Pixie. What's your favorite lunchtime meal?
I don't usually eat lunch.
Well, how about dinner? You got to eat something at some point.
I don't know that I have a favorite, but I guess like comfort food for me would be like some fried
Meatloaf?
bread, and venison stew, or some bison burgers and homemade fried potatoes or something like
Oh
that.
God, bison burgers and oh, that sounds so good.
Mm.
That makes McDonald's sound like trash. I'm never eating McDonald's again. Venison stew. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that just oh, you make me hungry now.
Yeah, me too. She just made me hungry. She made me want to just piss on a Taco Bell and say, fuck them. I'm never eating there again.
I don't know how that would solve you being hungry, but
I don't know. I don't know how that relates. You're gonna have to fit that together and make an equation out of it.
Wild, I love the face you made right before you said that. Just
Me
saying.
too. I like the expressions he makes. He could have a TV show. I could just make him make faces, and that would be the whole show. The Wild Heart TV show. But he doesn't like if I make farting sounds, and if I'd say, "Oh, that was Taco Bell," he always kicked me off his show for that.
yeah, it's just such bass.
Meanwhile, he's snorting
Well-
cocaine on his fucking show and stuff, and he's like worried about a farting sound.
That's fine, but yeah, it's so bass. I don't even want to call it humor. It's just so.
Oh, come on.
Like
It's
a
not
fart-
British humor. Well,
a
it's
fart-
Benny Hill, right? Did you ever watch Benny Hill?
Yeah, where he slaps
With
the
the-
ball on the head. Yeah,
It's slap. Well, he'd have these chicks on as well. He'd have these hot chicks on his show.
running after him at double speed.
Yeah. Well, I grew up when I was a kid. I thought that was British humor. I thought that was on TV, and I was like, well, that's British humor. That's a British show. And then I thought Doctor Who was real. I didn't know that was sci-fi. I thought that was Great Britain with the TARDIS and the Doctor. I thought that was really going on. As a kid, I thought, oh my goodness, they're ahead of us in Great Britain.
You thought Doctor Who was a documentary.
Yeah, I did. I did. I thought it was really traveling, and that's what the TARDIS was. I was like, no wonder they have those phone boxes there. And then I wondered what the red phone boxes were, the other boxes,
Yeah.
the telephone. But I was like, oh my goodness, like what is
What
going
your-
on over there in Great Britain?
What are your thoughts on the Flintstones? Do you think that's a documentary?
I thought in order not to be racist, I thought it was like an African country, but they made them white people because there are these bicycles made out of wood and stone wheels over there in certain African countries. And I thought it was a documentary of the Stone Ages. But yeah.
No, makes sense.
Yeah. And I like the Bam Bam character. I didn't like Barney Rubble very much, though. You're
Right.
sicker than a raccoon's breakfast, Wildheart.
Yeah.
Are you
Oh,
okay?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. It's just smoking and it's made me cough.
Ugh.
I was going to say something then. It's gone.
Did you watch the Flintstones, Pixie, or what? Do you remember the Great Gazoo? What was his name? Gadzoo? What was his name? That little alien that came.
Oh, I remember my question. Like,
Oh.
would you sleep with Bessie or Wilma? This is
What did
Andy.
you say?
Would you sleep with Bessie or Wilma from the Flintstones?
Oh, I thought you said Bessie.
Bessie.
Betty or Betty. Yeah, Betty. I would choose her, I guess. The redhead. I don't like the gingers. She had red hair, so.
See, I would sleep with Bessie, but I'd be thinking of Wilma. Do you know what I mean?
I would sleep with Betty, and Wilma was okay, but sometimes she was kind of a bitchy tempered, hot-tempered redhead. Great Gazoo, somebody said in the chat. Yeah, the Great Gazoo. It's a little alien. So that was weird. They put an alien in a Stone Age cartoon. I think they even talked about the Rockefellers and stuff in that cartoon.
But can we
Sometimes
have
Wilma thought Fred was cheating. She'd get paranoid that Fred was cheating. There are some like adult themes in that cartoon.
There are a lot of adult themes in a lot of cartoons. Yeah. Obviously, the kids don't understand them, but I think it makes it entertaining for the parents because, they get it. And, yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop out and try to get some sleep. I will talk to y'all later.
Cheers,
Later,
audience.
Dave.
Bye bye. Cheerios.
You'll see me. Thanks.
Cheerios.
See, he's going to sleep. He should be up all night fighting crime like the real
Actually-
Batman.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm
about.
Actually, I'm probably about to be going to sleep, guys.
Well, I mean, yeah, you've been alive. Live, not alive, but live for 4 hours.
Yeah,
Oh
you've
my
been,
god,
Live.
it's too
you've
fucking
been
long.
alive for 4 hours.
All right. I am ending it. Good night, guys.
Good night, Pixie. You going to bed with me? I'm gonna go to bed now.
No, I'm not going to bed with you.
Okay.